Monuments of stone, cryptic carvings, and artifacts buried for millennia continue to challenge what we think we know about the past. From massive blocks weighing hundreds of tons to objects so delicately carved they rival modern craftsmanship, these discoveries refuse to fit neatly into accepted timelines. Some seem impossibly advanced for their age, while others emerge from the ground with no clear explanation of who made them or why. Legends often step in where records fail, speaking of gods, giants, or forgotten civilizations swept away by catastrophe. Yet, even without the myths, the evidence itself remains undeniable. Across deserts, forests, valleys, and oceans, humanity's story is punctuated by finds that resist easy answers. Tonight we'll journey through the most extraordinary of them, mysteries in stone, metal, and earth that may represent not just relics, but fragments of lost knowledge. So settle back, let the outside world fade, and join us as we uncover the greatest archaeological finds that shouldn't exist. The story of a civilization can sometimes be told by its smallest surviving fragments. Among all the vast ruins of ancient Egypt, temples carved in stone, colossi towering over desert sands, pyramids that dominate the horizon, there exists a far more modest object. Yet this polished piece of granite may hold one of the deepest keys to Egyptian thought and the questions of how the universe itself was imagined to have begun. It is known as the Benben, a pyramidion once kept at Heliopolis, the city of the sun. Unlike the sprawling structures that still draw millions of visitors to Giza or Luxor, this relic does not overwhelm by size. Its power lies instead in symbolism, in its perfect geometry, in the sheen of its surface, and in the mysteries surrounding where it stood and why. The Benben is not simply an architectural fragment. It is a monument condensed into a single point, a stone that speaks of creation myths, of rituals we cannot reconstruct, and of an origin story that ancient priests believed echoed the first rising of land from primordial waters. When the sun of early morning struck its surface, the stone would have flashed brilliantly. Granite polished so smoothly that it captured and returned light with intensity, turning the apex of a sacred space into a gleaming beacon. Observers in antiquity described how pyramidions glowed as if set aflame when touched by sunlight. To imagine the Benben in Heliopolis is to imagine an object that was not meant merely to be seen, but to dazzle, to embody radiance itself. At its simplest, the Benben was a stone pyramid cap. Yet the Egyptians held it to be the primeval mound, the first solid ground to rise from the endless waters of chaos at the dawn of time. Upon that mound, they said, the creator god Atum emerged and began the cycle of existence. This meant that the stone was not only a symbolic mountaintop, but also a bridge between myth and material reality, between theology and stonecraft. Heliopolis, northeast of modern Cairo, was the cult center of the sun god Ra. It was here that priests developed cosmologies that would influence Egypt for millennia. The Benben Stone was central to these myths. Ancient hymns suggest that the obelisks and temples of the city were oriented toward it, and that its presence defined the sacred landscape. Yet no one today can say with certainty exactly where it stood, how it was displayed, or how it was incorporated into ritual. Some descriptions speak of it being housed within the great temple of Atum. Others imply it may have crowned a sacred shrine open to the sky. What survives to us now is a finely crafted granite pyramidion housed in a museum, separated from its original context. Its surface bears inscriptions invoking Atum and Ra, linking it to the very beginnings of Egyptian thought. The question remains whether this artifact is truly the same Benben venerated in Heliopolis, or whether it is one of several sacred stones modeled on the original. The concept of the Benben permeated Egyptian culture. Every pyramid was, in a sense, an echo of it, each capped with a smaller pyramidion meant to recall the primeval mound. Obelisks, too, were considered extensions of the Benben, tall shafts rising to a gleaming point that embodied a sunbeam solidified in stone. In this way, the Benben was not only an object, but a pattern repeated across the landscape of Egypt. To stand before a pyramid with its cap intact would have been to witness a monumental reminder of creation, the moment of first light, recreated in architecture. Yet while the larger monuments still stand, the actual capstones are mostly lost, their gleam long vanished. The survival of a genuine pyramidion from Heliopolis is therefore extraordinary, giving a rare physical glimpse of what crowned those monuments when they were new. The craftsmanship of the Benben demands close attention. Carved from black granite, it measures just under 4 feet in height. Its sides slope smoothly to meet at a sharp apex, the edges carefully aligned to form a flawless geometry. Inscriptions along its faces dedicate it to Atum, affirming its cosmic role. The polish is remarkable, suggesting skilled artisans using abrasive techniques capable of producing a mirror-like finish. Ancient sources mention that pyramidions were often covered in electrum, a natural alloy of gold and silver, to intensify their brilliance. Whether this particular stone was once sheathed in metal remains uncertain, though traces of such gilding may have been lost through centuries of exposure. To consider the labor invested in a single piece of stonework like this is to appreciate the devotion the Egyptians gave to symbolic precision. Nothing here was casual. Every surface, every inscription, every angle was imbued with theological weight. The myths associated with the Benben link it not only to creation but to the sun's daily rebirth. Just as Atum emerged from chaos, the sun rose from the horizon each dawn. The stone, shining at sunrise, mirrored this eternal cycle. Priests at Heliopolis conducted rituals tied to this symbolism, though the details have not survived. It is possible that hymns were sung at the stone, offerings placed before it, or processions oriented around its gleaming apex. The lack of surviving records leaves us only with speculation, yet the intensity of references to the Benben across texts suggests it was among the most sacred cult objects of Egypt. Its very name was echoed in the term Benbenet, later used for obelisks. Even the phoenix-like bird called the Bennu, symbol of rebirth, took its name from the same root, further entwining the stone with the themes of creation and renewal. One cannot help but pause at the sheer abstraction of the concept. While many cultures produced sacred images of deities, Egypt chose here to sanctify a geometric form. A simple pyramid shape became the embodiment of cosmic origins. This choice reveals a sophistication of thought, a recognition that form itself could be sacred, that pure geometry could carry divine meaning. The Benben is thus not merely an artifact, but a philosophical statement in stone. It anticipates by millennia later human fascinations with abstract forms, geometry, and the symbolism of pyramids across many cultures. The archaeological journey of the stone is fragmentary. Heliopolis, once one of the most important religious centers of Egypt, was heavily plundered in later centuries. Temples were dismantled, stones reused in other buildings, and much of the city vanished beneath modern Cairo's sprawl. That any relic survived is remarkable. The pyramidion, believed to be the Benben, was rediscovered in the 19th century, eventually making its way into museum collections where it became an object of fascination for Egyptologists. Scholars debated whether this truly was the original cult stone or a later replica. Some argued that the mythic Benben may never have been a crafted object at all, but instead a natural stone or mound later idealized in architectural form. The debate continues, leaving the polished pyramidion as both evidence and enigma. Standing before the stone today, one might be struck by its small size compared to the colossal monuments of Egypt. Yet its power is in concentration, a distillation of meaning. It is a reminder that not all mysteries are grand in scale. Sometimes the deepest puzzles are compact, portable, and deceptively simple. How a 4-foot piece of granite could become the axis of creation myths, architectural traditions, and religious rituals is a question that continues to intrigue scholars and visitors alike. The Benben is an object that should be straightforward, a carved stone with clear geometry, but instead it carries layers of meaning that resist easy categorization. The role of the Benben in Egyptian kingship adds another layer of intrigue. Pharaohs were seen as sons of Ra, embodiments of divine light on earth. By associating themselves with the Benben, they tied their rule to the very act of creation. Pyramidions crowning their tombs proclaimed that their reigns were aligned with cosmic order, that their deaths would be followed by rebirth just as the sun rose anew each day. The gleam of the capstone was not only for the gods but also for the people, a visible sign that their ruler commanded a divine mandate. In this way, the Benben was both theological and political, both cosmic and terrestrial. Some researchers have speculated on practical functions as well. The polish of the stone and its orientation may have allowed it to act as a solar marker, reflecting light at certain times of day or year. Others wonder if it played a role in focusing ritual attention, much like a sacred mirror. While these ideas remain conjectural, they highlight how the stone's brilliance may have had tangible as well as symbolic effects. To witness sunlight flaring from its apex would have been a powerful sensory experience, merging natural and spiritual phenomena. The deeper mystery lies in why such an object survived only in fragments while its concept became universal across Egypt. If the Benben of Heliopolis was so central, why do we not have clearer records, more physical evidence, or detailed ritual texts? Was its meaning too sacred to describe openly, reserved only for initiates? Or was its symbolism so fundamental that it permeated everything, making separate descriptions unnecessary? These questions linger, reminding us that the absence of information can sometimes be as telling as its presence. Legends surrounding the Benben have persisted into modern times. Some fringe theories suggest it was a technological artifact, perhaps a device rather than a symbolic stone. These ideas, while lacking evidence, reveal the continuing fascination the object inspires. Its perfect geometry invites speculation, its lost context invites imagination, and its association with creation myths ensures that it remains one of the most enigmatic relics of antiquity. What is undeniable is that the Benben occupied a place at the very heart of Egyptian cosmology, serving as a touchstone for ideas of origin, kingship, and renewal. In the quiet of a museum hall, the stone may seem like just another artifact behind glass. Yet to those who pause and reflect, it opens onto a vast panorama of meaning. One can picture priests chanting as dawn light struck its polished surface, pharaohs gazing upon it as a symbol of their divine legitimacy, and generations of Egyptians seeing in its gleam the very spark of creation. It is humbling to realize that a single stone could hold such resonance across centuries, shaping architecture, ritual, and myth. The Benben's survival is almost accidental, a fragment that slipped through the sieve of history. Yet its endurance allows us to glimpse how the ancients understood their world and their place in it. For them, the cosmos began with a mound of stone rising from water. To recreate that moment in granite was to keep creation close, tangible, and visible. In every pyramidion that crowned a tomb, in every obelisk that pierced the sky, the memory of the Benben lived on. Even as empires rose and fell, as foreign rulers came and went, the image of the shining capstone persisted, anchoring Egypt's vision of eternity. Today, when visitors encounter the Benben, they confront both certainty and mystery. The certainty is in its form, polished granite carved with precision. The mystery is in its meaning, layered with myths and speculations we cannot fully resolve. This duality is precisely what makes it one of the greatest archaeological finds that should not exist in its current state. It is too polished, too symbolically charged, too perfectly aligned with myth to feel accidental, yet it stands before us without context, stripped from its temple, asking us to reconstruct a world long gone. The Benben reminds us that history is not only about what we know, but also about what resists knowing. It invites reflection, not just on ancient Egypt, but on the human desire to locate beginnings, to trace back to a moment when order emerged from chaos. Whether seen as a divine relic, a political symbol, or a polished work of art, it holds within it the essence of beginnings. Its surfaces once reflected the rising sun. Now they reflect our own curiosity, our need to connect with the deep past. As we step back from the polished granite, letting the gleam fade from our inner vision, we are left with both satisfaction and curiosity. The Benben has revealed itself in fragments, myth, stone, inscription, speculation, yet it resists complete explanation. That resistance is perhaps its greatest gift. reminding us that some mysteries are meant to endure. The journey through this stone is complete for now, yet the wider path of our exploration continues. More artifacts, more enigmas, more fragments of forgotten worlds await, each carrying its own story, each challenging the boundaries of what we think possible. The Benben has shown us a beginning, but the trail leads onward, deeper into the past, toward other finds that should not exist, yet do. Discovery stories often begin with dust, with ruins, with fragments pulled carefully from the ground. Yet in the summer of 2018, a very different kind of find shocked the world. Deep beneath the bustling streets of Alexandria, construction workers clearing the way for a new building stumbled across something vast, sealed, and forbidding. Buried beneath several meters of earth was a massive black granite coffin, 30 tons of stone, untouched for centuries. Unlike delicate pottery shards or fragile papyri, this object radiated heaviness and finality. The sarcophagus was intact, its lid sealed, its contents hidden. For archaeologists, it was a moment of both exhilaration and unease. Few discoveries in recent years have generated such immediate fascination. What could be inside? A forgotten pharaoh, a cursed treasure, or something more enigmatic still? Alexandria is a city where layers of history press tightly upon one another. Founded by Alexander the Great in the 4th century before Christ, it became a meeting point of cultures, a hub of learning, and a gateway between Egypt and the wider Mediterranean world. Over the centuries, waves of conquest, earthquakes, and urban expansion buried its ancient remains beneath modern streets. Yet even within that city of ruins, the Black Sarcophagus was extraordinary. Measuring over 8 feet long, nearly 5 feet wide, and over 5 feet tall, it dwarfed most known burials of its kind. Granite is notoriously difficult to quarry and shape. To carve a coffin of such dimensions required immense effort and resources, suggesting the occupant was someone of great significance. Yet the absence of inscriptions on its surface was immediately puzzling. Egyptian sarcophagi typically bore names, prayers, and protective texts. This one was blank, mute, and imposing. When news of the discovery spread, speculation ignited, social media filled with theories, some playful, some apocalyptic. Jokes circulated about curses, ancient plagues, or supernatural forces best left undisturbed. More serious voices wondered whether this might be the long-lost resting place of Alexander himself. After all, the exact location of his tomb in Alexandria has remained one of archaeology's greatest mysteries. The possibility, however slim, that the coffin might hold his remains electrified public imagination. Government officials received letters begging them not to open it, fearing disaster. Others urged immediate investigation, unable to resist the lure of revelation. Few archaeological finds in recent memory captured so much global attention before a single artifact had even been lifted from the ground. The excavation itself was challenging. The sheer weight of the granite coffin made it nearly impossible to move with ordinary equipment. Engineers worked carefully, aware that mishandling could crack the lid or damage whatever lay inside. Finally, in July of 2018, after days of preparation, the sarcophagus was opened under the supervision of the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities. Journalists, archaeologists, and local officials gathered to witness the unveiling. The atmosphere was tense. Centuries of secrecy were about to be broken. As the lid was slowly pried open, a heavy odor escaped, described by some as overwhelming. Inside, the sarcophagus contained not a single royal mummy or treasure trove, but a strange, unsettling mixture. 3 sets of human remains and a pool of thick, murky red liquid. The liquid immediately drew attention. Photographs circulated rapidly online, showing a dark, crimson substance sloshing around ancient bones. Some observers suggested it was sewage that had seeped into the coffin over centuries through cracks in the stone. Others speculated it was a decomposition fluid, a mixture of groundwater and bodily remains that had settled into a bizarre slurry. Conspiracy theories flourished. Some insisted it was evidence of ancient rituals involving blood. A few online voices half-jokingly proposed drinking it to gain supernatural powers, a suggestion quickly condemned by officials. The reality was less sensational, but still disturbing. Laboratory analysis confirmed the liquid was contaminated water mixed with human remains. Yet its unsettling appearance ensured that the sarcophagus's reputation spread far beyond academic circles. The 3 skeletons inside added further layers of mystery. Osteological examination revealed 2 were men, one likely in his 30s, another older, and a woman perhaps in her 20s. None were preserved in the elaborate mummified fashion typical of Egypt's elites. Instead, their remains showed signs of decomposition in a flooded environment. The bones bore traces of injuries. One skull revealed evidence of an arrow wound, yet it was unclear whether these injuries occurred before or after death. Without inscriptions or grave goods, identifying the individuals was nearly impossible. They were not pharaohs, not celebrated generals, not recorded rulers. They were, at least to modern eyes, anonymous. Yet the monumental sarcophagus that housed them suggested they were far from ordinary. Why would such a massive coffin be used for burials so apparently modest? This question lingers as one of the greatest puzzles of the find. Some archaeologists argue that the sarcophagus was reused. Perhaps it was originally carved for a higher status individual, only later filled with other remains. Reuse of funerary objects was not uncommon in Egypt, particularly in later periods when resources grew scarce. Others suggest that the individuals may have been local military officers or wealthy citizens of Alexandria whose names and stories have been lost. The absence of inscriptions, however, remains troubling. Egyptians were meticulous record keepers, particularly when it came to death and the afterlife. A blank coffin of such size runs counter to tradition. The sarcophagus's black granite construction is itself significant. Granite was quarried primarily in Aswan, hundreds of kilometers to the south. Transporting such a colossal block northward would have required immense coordination, likely along the Nile. The expense of this undertaking suggests patrons of wealth and influence. That such effort resulted in an unmarked burial raises deeper questions about power, secrecy, and memory in ancient Alexandria. Was anonymity intentional? Was erasure itself the point? Perhaps the sarcophagus was meant not to honor its occupants, but to hide them. Context deepens the enigma. Alexandria, during the Ptolemaic and Roman periods, was a city of complexity. Greek rulers adopted Egyptian traditions while also introducing their own practices. Temples stood beside theaters, and Egyptian gods merged with Greek counterparts. Burial practices varied widely, blending mummification with Greco-Roman sarcophagus use. The black coffin may have belonged to this hybrid cultural world, its blank surface reflecting a fusion or disruption of traditions. It is possible the absence of inscriptions was influenced by Greek preferences for plain stone monuments, in contrast to Egyptian hieroglyphic density. Yet even this explanation feels incomplete. Few objects of such magnitude have been found with so little identity attached. One aspect of the find that captured imagination was the coffin's aura of secrecy. Sealed for centuries, unopened despite centuries of urban development above it, it represented the allure of the untouched. In archaeology, most objects are fragmentary, looted, or damaged. To encounter a colossal sealed sarcophagus in situ is exceptionally rare. It conjured images of curses, of forbidden knowledge, of Pandora's box. The fact that its opening revealed not gold or royal mummies but muddied bones only heightened its eerie aura. It was as though history itself was reminding us that expectations often dissolve into ambiguity when faced with the past's raw reality. Yet, ambiguity can be powerful. The Black Sarcophagus continues to fuel debates about class, ritual, and identity in Alexandria. Scholars analyze the skeletons, hoping to reconstruct diet, health, and origins through isotopic analysis. DNA studies may someday clarify familial ties among the three. For now, they remain faceless representatives of a world that blended cultures, languages, and traditions. The red liquid, though scientifically mundane, still serves as a potent image, a reminder that death and decay do not always yield neat, desiccated mummies. Instead, they can leave unsettling mixtures that challenge romanticized views of antiquity. The cultural response to the sarcophagus also reveals much about our relationship with the past. The excitement, dread, and humor that followed its discovery reflect a universal fascination with sealed containers, with what lies hidden. From tombs of pharaohs to unopened chests, the promise of revelation stirs curiosity. The Black Sarcophagus of Alexandria tapped into this primal urge. When its contents proved ambiguous, fascination only deepened. Rather than diminishing its mystery, the muddled outcome amplified it. A clear narrative, Alexander's tomb, for instance, would have satisfied curiosity. Instead, we are left with questions, and questions sustain interest longer than answers. In considering why this sarcophagus belongs among the greatest archaeological finds that should not exist, one must look beyond its physical presence. Its size alone is staggering. 30 tons of granite carved into a coffin. Its blankness defies expectation. Its contents confuse more than clarify. It challenges assumptions about status, ritual, and tradition in ancient Egypt. It refuses to fit categories, standing outside neat explanations. In this refusal, it forces us to confront the limits of our knowledge and the enduring strangeness of the past. The find also serves as a reminder of how much of Alexandria remains buried. The city of Cleopatra, of the library, of Alexander's tomb, still lies beneath layers of modern life. Streets, houses, and shops cover ruins that could transform our understanding of antiquity. The Black Sarcophagus is one dramatic window into that buried world, a hint of what remains undiscovered. Each new construction project has the potential to unearth fragments of lost grandeur, fragments that may raise more questions than they answer. This tension between revelation and enigma is at the heart of archaeology. When one stands before the sarcophagus today, displayed under controlled conditions, the scale remains overwhelming. Its surface, though weathered, retains a sense of density, of gravity. The absence of inscriptions feels deliberate, as though the stone itself resists speech. Visitors peer inside, seeing bones and stains, yet the feeling of secrecy lingers. It is less a coffin than a puzzle, a locked chest opened but not solved. Its black surfaces absorb light rather than reflect it, giving it a brooding presence. Unlike the gleaming Benben Stone of Heliopolis, this artifact does not dazzle. It weighs, it presses, it holds. Reflecting on its story, one cannot escape the thought that the sarcophagus embodies contradiction. It is monumental, yet anonymous. It is sealed, yet flooded. It is ancient, yet discovered only recently. It is both mundane, containing mere bones, and extraordinary, shaping global fascination. In this duality, it mirrors much of human history, where grandeur and decay coexist, where meaning is both preserved and erased. Its discovery reminds us that the past is not tidy. It emerges in fragments, in confusions, in contradictions that resist easy resolution. The Black Sarcophagus of Alexandria may never yield definitive answers. Perhaps further studies will identify the skeletons, tracing them to a family or military group. Perhaps new evidence will explain the absence of inscriptions. But even if answers emerge, the aura of the find will remain. Its unveiling in 2018 was a cultural moment, a reminder of how archaeology can still surprise, unsettle, and captivate. It demonstrated that even in an age of satellites and databases, mysteries still lie beneath our feet, waiting to challenge assumptions. In the end, what matters is not only what the sarcophagus contained, but what it provoked. Curiosity, speculation, wonder, unease. It invited millions around the world to think about Egypt, about death, about memory, about how much we do not know. It made people pause in their routines to imagine a coffin sealed for centuries, opened under the summer sun. That collective act of imagination, sparked by stone and bone, is itself a form of discovery. The sarcophagus gave us not only ancient remains, but also a moment of shared wonder. The granite coffin, once sealed and hidden beneath Alexandria's crowded streets, has now offered its fragments of story. What it has not given is resolution. The bones lie tangled, the liquid remains unsettling, the absence of names more haunting than any inscription. Yet this lack of clarity is precisely what ensures its place among the most extraordinary finds. Some discoveries feel final. This one feels like an open question, still pressing forward, still demanding thought. From this point, our journey does not pause. Other artifacts await, each with their own strangeness, each with mysteries that bend the expected shape of history. There are objects so weathered by time that at first glance they appear almost mute, as though centuries have stripped away every trace of their meaning. Yet when examined closely, these same fragments can reveal patterns that draw the eye upward, far beyond the earth, into the heavens themselves. Among the most intriguing of these is a broken limestone slab from Malta known as the Talcardi Stone. Its surface is chipped and incomplete, yet carved into it are incised markings that many believe to represent stars. Scholars have argued that it may be nothing less than one of the earliest known maps of the night sky, centered on the small but luminous cluster we call the Pleiades. That possibility places the stone not merely within the history of Malta but within humanity's long struggle to chart and interpret the cosmos. The Talcardi site lies in the north of Malta, an island whose prehistoric monuments rival those of any region in Europe. Malta is famous for its megalithic temples, some dating back to the 4th millennium before Christ, older than the pyramids of Giza or Stonehenge. These temples demonstrate extraordinary architectural skill and deep symbolic thought. The Talcardi temple, however, is less well preserved than its neighbors. It was partially dismantled in antiquity, with stones carried away and reused in later structures. The artifact that bears the site's name was not found in a pristine chamber or carefully excavated tomb. Instead, it was discovered in fragments, weathered and incomplete. Yet the carvings on its surface were unmistakable. Lines, arcs, and clusters of dots that seem too deliberate to be dismissed as decoration. The stone is roughly triangular, with broken edges suggesting it was once larger. On its surface, archaeologists identified a series of incisions forming a semicircular arc, along which 7 distinct points are arranged. To many, this immediately recalled the Pleiades, the cluster of 7 stars in the constellation Taurus that has held significance across cultures worldwide. In addition to these points, other incisions seem to correspond to celestial paths or constellations, though their interpretation is debated. The stone, then, appears to be an ancient sky chart, a kind of prehistoric star map carved into limestone thousands of years ago. If this interpretation is correct, it would represent one of the earliest attempts in Europe to render the heavens in graphic form. The Pleiades themselves have long fascinated humanity. Visible to the naked eye in most of the world, they appear as a tight grouping of stars that shimmer like a jewel box against the night sky. Ancient Greeks associated them with the daughters of Atlas, pursued across the heavens by Orion. In Japan, they were called Subaru, a name still used for the constellation and borrowed by a modern car company whose logo bears 6 stars. In Native American traditions, they marked seasonal change and carried mythic associations. For farmers across the globe, the rising and setting of the Pleiades signaled times of planting or harvest. To find them inscribed on a Maltese stone dating back thousands of years is to recognize how enduring their significance has been. Humanity, scattered across continents, looked up at the same cluster and found in it a marker of both time and meaning. How old is the Talcardi stone? Dating is difficult, since the slab itself cannot be radiocarbon tested. Scholars rely instead on its archaeological context. The temple at Talcardi is believed to have been constructed in the 3rd millennium before Christ, part of the great wave of megalithic architecture that spread across Malta. This would place the stone in the same general era. Yet whether the carving is contemporary with the temple or a later addition remains uncertain. Some researchers argue that the star map may be younger, perhaps inscribed during the Bronze Age, when astronomical observation became increasingly linked to ritual calendars. Others believe it is indeed Neolithic, making it one of the earliest surviving sky maps anywhere. The ambiguity of dating only deepens the mystery, leaving the stone suspended between multiple possible chronologies. The carving technique is worth noting. The incisions are shallow, made with a pointed tool drawn across the stone. They are not deeply sculpted or elaborately decorated. This simplicity is part of what makes them compelling. The intent seems functional, as though the maker sought not to create art but to record information. The semicircular arc suggests the apparent path of celestial bodies across the horizon. The points within it may represent specific stars or clusters. The focus on the Pleiades makes sense, for this cluster is small enough to be distinctive, yet prominent enough to be easily observed. That such a carving survived at all, despite erosion and breakage, is remarkable. It allows us to peer into the mind of someone who, millennia ago, took the time to mark the heavens onto stone. The significance of such a record cannot be overstated. To map the stars is to claim a measure of control over time. In agrarian societies, knowledge of when seasons would turn, when rains would come, when harvests should begin, was vital. The night sky offered one of the earliest calendars, with celestial events marking the rhythms of the year. A carving like the Talcardi Stone may thus represent more than curiosity. It may have been a tool, a teaching aid, or a ritual object that helped communities align their lives with cosmic cycles. To gather at the temple, point to the carving, and connect it to the stars above would have been to link heaven and earth in a tangible way. Such acts were not only practical but also deeply symbolic, reaffirming humanity's place within the greater order of the universe. Skeptics caution against over-interpretation. They note that incised lines and dots can be ambiguous. Without inscriptions to clarify intent, identifying the carving as a star map remains speculative. Some argue that the design may instead represent a schematic of the temple itself or a symbolic diagram unrelated to astronomy. Others suggest that we risk projecting modern categories of maps and charts onto prehistoric peoples who may not have conceptualized the sky in the same way. Yet even with these cautions, the resemblance to celestial patterns is striking. The alignment of 7 points in a curved arc is not random. When compared to the actual appearance of the Pleiades in the Maltese sky, the similarity is hard to dismiss. The stone also fits within a broader context of prehistoric interest in astronomy. Across Europe, from the passage graves of Ireland to the megaliths of Brittany, alignments with solstices and celestial events have been documented. Stonehenge, with its alignment to the midsummer sunrise, is the most famous example. Malta itself has temples oriented towards solstices, their doorways framing the rising or setting sun on specific days of the year. The Talcardi Stone can thus be seen as part of a tradition in which architecture and artifact worked together to bind human life to celestial cycles. Rather than an isolated curiosity, it is one node in a vast network of prehistoric skywatching. The story of the stone's discovery adds another layer. Found during excavations in the early 20th century, it was recovered in fragments and reassembled by archaeologists. From the beginning, its unusual markings attracted attention. Early researchers debated whether it was a ritual artifact or a practical tool. As theories of archaeoastronomy developed in the 20th century, scholars increasingly looked to the stars for explanations. The Talcardi Stone became a touchstone in these discussions, cited as evidence that prehistoric Maltese people were not only builders of massive temples, but also observers of the sky. Its fragmentary state has always made certainty elusive, yet its potential has ensured its enduring fascination. One of the most striking aspects of the Talcardi Stone is its modesty. Unlike colossal monuments or golden treasures, it is small, broken, and rough. Yet, in that modesty lies its power. It suggests that some of the most profound human insights were recorded not in grandeur, but in simple incisions. To chart the stars required no massive resources, only observation, memory, and the patience to carve. The fact that such a carving survived when so much else has been lost is itself extraordinary. It reminds us that fragments can carry as much meaning as monuments. The stone also raises questions about knowledge transmission. If it is indeed a star map, who carved it? Was it the work of a priestly figure, a community elder, or an ordinary observer? Was it meant for individual reference, or was it displayed to groups? Did its maker teach others to read it, or was its meaning kept secret? These questions point to the social dimensions of astronomy in prehistory. Knowledge of the heavens was not neutral. It conferred authority, shaping calendars, rituals, and agricultural practices. To hold the key to the sky was to guide the community's relationship with time itself. Modern visitors to Malta can see the Talcardi Stone in a museum display. Behind glass, with careful lighting, it looks fragile, almost unremarkable. Yet to know its story is to see more than scratches on limestone. It is to see the night sky carved into rock by hands long vanished. To stand before it is to connect across millennia to an ancient act of watching the heavens. That act is universal, shared across cultures and epochs. Everyone who has ever gazed upward at night has participated in it. The Talcardi Stone captures that gaze in tangible form, freezing it in stone so that it can still be read thousands of years later. What makes the stone especially remarkable within the theme of finds that should not exist is precisely this combination of fragility and endurance. Star maps are typically fleeting, drawn on sand, painted on perishable surfaces, spoken through oral tradition. To have one carved into stone is unusual. To have it survive millennia on a small Mediterranean island is extraordinary. It suggests an intentionality that feels advanced, as though prehistoric observers sought permanence in their record of the sky. That they chose to inscribe not just any constellation but the Pleiades, a cluster so central across cultures, adds weight. It is as if they knew this grouping carried special significance beyond their own horizon. The Talcardi Stone has also sparked broader debates about the origins of astronomy. Some scholars see it as evidence that systematic star observation began earlier than commonly believed in Europe. If Maltese temple builders were charting constellations in the 3rd millennium before Christ, they were participating in a global phenomenon of early astronomy alongside Mesopotamian and Egyptian traditions. This possibility challenges conventional timelines and suggests a more interconnected prehistory of skywatching. Others remain cautious, insisting that without more artifacts of this kind, firm conclusions cannot be drawn. Yet even skeptics acknowledge that the stone demands attention, that its markings are too deliberate to ignore. As research continues, new technologies may shed further light. Digital imaging has enhanced the visibility of the incisions, allowing for more precise comparisons with star patterns. Statistical analyses of dot placements relative to known constellations may strengthen or weaken the star map hypothesis. For now, the Talcardi Stone remains a tantalizing fragment, poised between certainty and speculation. It is both artifact and hypothesis, both object and argument. Its very incompleteness fuels ongoing inquiry, reminding us that archaeology thrives on the tension between what is known and what is guessed. The stone's endurance into the present invites reflection. Across millennia, generations lived and died, empires rose and fell, yet this fragment of limestone survived. It survived dismantling, weathering, and burial. It survived the neglect of centuries, the disruptions of war, the pressures of development. To encounter it now is to recognize resilience. It is also to acknowledge chance. How many other such carvings were lost? How many star maps eroded away, leaving no trace? The Talcardi Stone may be unique not because it was the only one ever made, but because it was the only one to endure. In that sense, it is both extraordinary and representative, both anomaly and witness. To conclude, the Talcardi Stone speaks with quiet persistence. Its lines are faint, its surface incomplete, yet its meaning resonates across time. It reminds us that long before telescopes or observatories, people watched the sky with care, found patterns, and sought to record them. It demonstrates that the urge to map the heavens is ancient, perhaps as old as civilization itself. Whether the stone is truly a star map of the Pleiades or something more symbolic, it testifies to humanity's enduring dialogue with the cosmos. Within the smallness of its fragment lies the vastness of the night sky. As our attention drifts from the incised limestone, the thought lingers that the heavens themselves may once have been inscribed more often than we realize. This fragment has endured, carrying its stars across thousands of years to meet our gaze. Others remain hidden, awaiting discovery. The Talcardi Stone has given us one of the clearest voices of prehistory's dialogue with the sky. But the conversation is not finished. Our path continues, leading onward toward other finds whose stories, like this one, stretch far beyond their fractured surfaces. A face of hammered gold gazes outward with closed eyes, its features both solemn and strangely alive, as though caught between the world of the living and the silence of death. This is the so-called Mask of Agamemnon, one of the most famous discoveries from Bronze Age Greece, and for a time it was hailed as the visage of a king immortalized in epic poetry. Its story, however, is not a straightforward one, for it weaves together the ambitions of archaeologists, the myths of Homer, and the complex realities of Mycenaean culture. To understand why this mask continues to draw such fascination, one must begin not with Homer or with Schliemann's dramatic declarations, but with the extraordinary moment when a thin sheet of gold was carefully pressed into the shape of a human face more than 3.5 millennia ago. The technique of repoussé, striking the reverse of metal to raise the features on the front, requires remarkable patience. The artisan who created the mask worked from a sheet of nearly pure gold, so malleable that even the pressure of a thumb could alter its form. With a hammer and a series of punches, the features of the face emerged: arched brows, closed eyes, a prominent nose, and a neatly styled beard and mustache. The result was not a true portrait, but it was not entirely generic either. There is enough individuality in the face to suggest that the goldsmith may have intended to capture the likeness of the deceased, or at least to give the impression of individuality. Once complete, the mask was laid over the face of a body placed in a shaft grave at Mycenae, held in place by ties, a final covering to separate the dead from the world above. When Heinrich Schliemann arrived at Mycenae in the year 1876, he was already famed for his excavations at Hisarlik, where he believed he had uncovered the ruins of Troy. His methods were often reckless by modern standards, but his energy and conviction were undeniable. At Mycenae, he directed his workers to clear the royal graves near the Lion Gate, and what they uncovered stunned the world. 6 shaft graves filled with treasures, daggers, cups, jewelry, weapons, and masks of gold. The wealth was staggering, so much so that Schliemann declared he had found the burials of Agamemnon and his companions. He even telegraphed the king of Greece with words that would become legendary. He claimed to have gazed upon the very face of Agamemnon. This announcement was irresistible to the 19th century imagination. Here was confirmation, it seemed, that Homer's epics were not simply poetry, but historical memory. Newspapers across Europe carried the story, engraving reproductions of the mask that captured the public's imagination. For many, the connection between Homer's verses and the gleaming gold of Mycenae was unquestionable. The idea that the great commander of the Trojan War had been uncovered by modern hands gave life to myths that had seemed distant and uncertain. Yet almost immediately, there were doubts. The dating of the graves did not align with the traditional chronology of the Trojan War. The artifacts belonged not to the 13th century before the Common Era, but centuries earlier. Schliemann, however, pressed on, confident that his interpretation would prevail. Modern scholarship has resolved what Schliemann could not. The shaft graves of Grave Circle A, where the mask was found, date to around 1550 to 1500 before the Common Era. This is well before the age usually associated with the Trojan War, which is generally placed in the 13th century before the Common Era. The mask, therefore, could not have belonged to Agamemnon or any of his supposed contemporaries. Instead, it belonged to an earlier generation of Mycenaean nobles, rulers whose names are lost, but whose wealth and influence were extraordinary. These were the people who laid the foundations for the later palatial culture that would dominate the Aegean. The wealth in these graves tells its own story. The gold used for the mask, along with jewelry and inlaid weaponry, points to extensive trade networks. Mycenae's elites acquired goods from across the Mediterranean, from Crete to Egypt and beyond. Amber from the Baltic, ivory from Africa, lapis from Afghanistan, such objects found their way into Aegean tombs. The mask is not merely a work of art, it is evidence of a far-reaching system of exchange and the ability of local rulers to command resources and artisanship of the highest quality. The man beneath the mask may remain nameless, but the opulence of his burial speaks volumes about his status. Schliemann's claim, while inaccurate, was not without consequence. By calling the mask the face of Agamemnon, he ensured that the object would enter the imagination of the wider world. For generations, schoolchildren learned the story of how Homer's king was revealed by archaeology. Even today, the artifact is often referred to by that romantic title, despite the chronological impossibility. In this sense, the mask exists on 2 levels, as an authentic Mycenaean object with its own history, and as a symbol of the 19th century urge to merge myth with material discovery. The mask itself, examined closely, reveals details that spark endless discussion. The eyes are almond-shaped and closed, but some argue they were once open, with the lids added later by modern restoration. The ears are oddly positioned, and the eyebrows form a continuous arch. The moustache, pointed downward, is unusual among the other masks found at the site. These features raise questions about whether the mask was intended as a stylized image of the dead man, or whether it carried symbolic meaning beyond portraiture. Some scholars suggest that the individuality of this mask was deliberate, setting it apart from others to highlight the status of its wearer. Others wonder whether Schliemann himself altered it during cleaning, though such claims are difficult to prove. The power of the mask lies not only in its artistry, but in what it represents about memory and identity. To cover the face of the dead with gold is to preserve them, to create a lasting image that transcends decay. It is both an act of honor and an attempt at immortality. For the Mycenaean nobles of Grave Circle A, their wealth and their images were meant to endure, to assert their place in the world of the living and in the memory of the community. Centuries later, when Homer sang of kings and warriors, perhaps he drew upon dim traditions of such powerful ancestors, though not directly connected to the mask itself. The interplay of myth and archaeology is never simple, and the mask of Agamemnon embodies that complexity better than almost any other object. To stand before it today, displayed in Athens, is to confront a paradox. On one hand, it is not what Schliemann claimed. It is not Agamemnon. It is not proof of the Trojan War. Yet on the other hand, it is more than that, for it tells us of a civilization rich, ambitious, and skilled at a time earlier than Homer's heroes. It shows us that long before the palaces of Mycenae and Tiryns reached their height, there was already a ruling class who sought to surround themselves in gold, even in death. The mask is a relic of that ambition, a face forged from precious metal to preserve the dignity of a forgotten nobleman. The persistence of its misattribution also speaks to the human desire to find our legends made tangible. We yearn to connect myth with artifact, to bridge the gulf between story and reality. Schliemann's eagerness to proclaim the mask as Agamemnon's may have been misguided, but it tapped into a longing that still shapes the way we respond to archaeology today. Each new discovery is weighed against the backdrop of ancient tales, and sometimes the hope of a connection outshines the evidence. One may wonder about the man beneath the mask. Who was he? What deeds did he perform to warrant such a burial? His identity is lost, but the care lavished upon his funeral suggests he was central to the community, perhaps a warrior chieftain or an early king of Mycenae. The weapons buried alongside him, many richly decorated, hint at a world where martial prowess was essential to status. The treasures speak of wealth, but also of display, for burials were as much about impressing the living as honoring the dead. The mask is both personal and political, a statement that this man and his lineage held power. The aura of the mask of Agamemnon continues to resonate, not because of certainty, but because of ambiguity. It stands at the intersection of myth, history, and archaeology. It is a reminder that discoveries do not always confirm our expectations. Sometimes they complicate them, forcing us to rethink the stories we tell about the past. Schliemann believed he had found Agamemnon, but what he actually revealed was something older, perhaps even more profound, the grandeur of a world that flourished centuries before Homer's song. In the quiet halls where it is displayed today, the mask remains a magnet for visitors. They peer at its features, aware that they are looking upon a face crafted more than 3,000 years ago, a face that has outlasted empires, wars, and centuries of change. Whether seen as the misnamed king of myth, or as the anonymous noble he truly was, the mask continues to provoke awe. Its survival is a testament to both the skill of the artisan and the care of those who have preserved it since its discovery. As the story of the mask draws to a close, it leaves us with a lingering sense of how the past resists easy answers. Legends and artifacts do not align neatly, yet their interplay creates meaning. Schliemann's bold declaration may have been wrong, but without it, the mask might never have become the icon it is today. Sometimes error itself can shape history, giving life to objects in ways their makers never imagined. The mask of Agamemnon is not the king of Homer, but it is a reminder of the power of human imagination, both ancient and modern, to breathe significance into the material world. Its golden face, half real and half myth, continues to look back at us, asking us to consider how much of what we believe about the past is shaped by the stories we want to tell. When an artifact refuses to fit into any familiar category, it unsettles even the most seasoned of scholars. In the early 20th century, an excavation at Saqqara, Egypt, uncovered such a piece. A disc carved from fragile schist, shaped like a shallow bowl but flanked by 3 thin, curved lobes radiating from its center. It came from a tomb dating back to Egypt's first dynasty, more than 5,000 years ago, making it one of the oldest stone vessels ever discovered. Yet its design is so peculiar that no one has been able to explain convincingly what it was meant to be. Known as the Sabu Disc, it stands apart from the countless jars, bowls, and utensils of early Egyptian civilization. Too fragile for practical use, too symmetrical to be accidental, too strange to ignore, it is one of those objects that feels as though it should not exist. The disc was discovered in 1936 by Walter Bryan Emery, a British Egyptologist excavating tombs at Saqqara. The object came from the tomb of Prince Sabu, a high official who lived during the reign of Pharaoh Anedjib of the First Dynasty, around 3100 before Christ. Emery described the find as unique, unlike anything else in the archaeological record. It was made of metamorphic schist, a material notoriously difficult to carve because of its brittle layers. Yet the disc displayed intricate shaping, with thin blades extending from a central hub and a shallow concavity across its surface. Measuring about 23 inches in diameter, it appeared both delicate and deliberate. Emery admitted he had no clear idea of its purpose. His honesty in this regard set the stage for decades of debate. The disc's design immediately raises questions. If it were a simple bowl, the 3 curved lobes would be unnecessary. If it were a wheel, the schist would have been too weak to bear stress. Some suggest it could have been a stand for a vessel, yet its form does not match known stands from the period. Its geometry implies a level of precision and symmetry unusual for the era. The challenge of carving such a shape in schist also suggests great skill, for one slip could have shattered the material. That it survives intact is remarkable. The combination of unusual design, difficult material, and uncertain function is what makes the Sabu disc so intriguing. It resists categorization, and in doing so, invites speculation. One line of interpretation views the disc as purely ceremonial. It may have been created as a symbolic object, meant to represent concepts rather than serve a practical function. Some propose it was associated with solar imagery, the 3 lobes symbolizing rays or divisions of the cosmos. Others see in it the shape of a lotus or other plant motif, stylized into abstract form. Egyptian art frequently incorporated symbolic designs, and the First Dynasty was a time when new forms of ritual expression were emerging. In this view, the disc's unusual design may have carried religious or cosmic meaning that is now lost to us. Another school of thought argues for a functional explanation. Some researchers have proposed it could have been part of a lamp, the lobes supporting wicks while oil pooled in the shallow bowl. Others suggest it may have been a component of a primitive mechanical device, perhaps related to grinding or spinning. The central hub suggests it could have been mounted on an axle. This has led fringe theorists to speculate wildly, seeing it as evidence of ancient technology far beyond what is otherwise attested in early Egypt. While such claims stretch credibility, they underscore how the disc's form defies easy explanation. It is rare for an artifact to generate so many divergent theories from a single design. The choice of schist as material complicates the matter further. Schist is fragile, prone to splitting along layers, and not typically chosen for objects requiring durability. To shape it into thin, curving lobes was an extraordinary challenge. Why not use harder stone or metal? The decision to work with schist may have been symbolic in itself, or perhaps it was simply what was available to the artisans of the time. Yet the fragility of the material makes functional explanations less convincing. Could it really have been used as a working tool when a single jolt might shatter it? More likely, it was an object meant to be seen, displayed, or interred rather than used in daily life. This leads back to the possibility of ritual or symbolic significance. The tomb of Prince Sabu provides some context. As an elite burial, it contained objects of status and wealth. The presence of the disc among grave goods suggests it held importance to the deceased or his community. It may have been a prized possession, an heirloom, or a symbol of office. If it were purely decorative, however, one might expect additional examples from the period. Yet no other object like it has been found in Egypt or elsewhere. Its singularity is striking. Archaeology thrives on patterns, on multiple examples that allow interpretation. A unique object stands outside those patterns, forcing us to confront its mystery without comparison. This uniqueness is what elevates the Sabu Disc to the status of a find that should not exist. When viewed in a museum today, the disc provokes fascination. Its lobed form looks oddly modern, even aerodynamic, leading some visitors to liken it to a propeller or turbine. Such comparisons are anachronistic, yet they capture the strangeness of encountering an ancient artifact that seems to anticipate forms from a much later age. This sense of temporal dislocation, the impression that something 5,000 years old looks futuristic, is part of what fuels speculation. It reminds us that the past was not always as we imagine it, and that ancient artisans sometimes produced designs that challenge our linear view of technological development. Beyond speculation, the Sabu Disc also prompts reflection on the limits of interpretation. Archaeology often confronts objects whose meanings are irretrievable. Without texts, without parallels, without context, we are left with form alone. Form invites imagination, but imagination can run far ahead of evidence. In the case of the Sabu Disc, imagination has run in many directions, from ceremonial lotus to mechanical flywheel, from oil lamp to evidence of lost technology. Each theory reveals more about the interpreter than the object. Yet the very fact that the disc sustains such varied readings is a testament to its enigmatic power. The disc also highlights the creativity of Egypt's earliest dynasties. Too often, the grandeur of later monuments overshadows the experimental phase of early Egyptian civilization. Yet in the first dynasty, artisans and rulers were already developing complex forms, both practical and symbolic. The Sabu Disc may represent such experimentation, a moment when forms were being invented, tested, and imbued with meaning. Whether it was successful in its original purpose, we may never know, but its survival allows us to glimpse the boldness of that early era. Modern technology has allowed closer study of the disc. High-resolution imaging and 3D scans reveal the precision of its carving, the thinness of its lobes, and the symmetry of its design. These analyses confirm the skill required to produce it, yet they do not solve the mystery of its function. Replicas have been made to test mechanical theories, but results remain inconclusive. The fragility of schist remains a persistent obstacle to any functional interpretation. The more we study the disc, the more its ambiguity deepens. It is as though it was designed to resist explanation, to remain a puzzle even in the age of advanced analysis. In a sense, the Sabu Disc embodies the tension between certainty and mystery that defines archaeology. We know where it was found, when it dates from, and what it looks like. These are certainties. Yet its meaning, purpose, and significance remain mysteries. It sits at the intersection of knowledge and ignorance, a reminder that not everything from the past can be neatly explained. This tension is not a weakness, but a strength. It keeps us asking, questioning, wondering. It keeps the past alive, not as a solved puzzle, but as an open horizon. The disc's place in the tomb also raises questions of symbolism. Burials were not casual assemblages, they were carefully curated. Objects placed with the dead were meant to accompany them into the afterlife, to signal status, or to connect them with divine forces. For Prince Sabu, the disc must have carried meaning profound enough to merit such inclusion. Perhaps it symbolized his role, his identity, or his connection to cosmic order. Perhaps it was a family object passed down through generations. Or perhaps it was a ritual item used in ceremonies that defined his community's relationship with the gods. Whatever the case, it was considered significant enough to be preserved in death, ensuring its survival into our own time. The Sabu Disc also resonates with broader themes of human creativity. It reminds us that design is not always linear, that forms can emerge unexpectedly, seemingly out of place. It challenges our assumptions about what ancient people could or could not conceive. It reminds us that the boundaries between utility, symbolism, and art were fluid in the past. In this way, the disc is less an anomaly than a testament to the richness of human invention. It may not fit our categories, but that is precisely why it matters. To gaze upon the disc today is to experience a kind of double vision. On one hand, it is clearly ancient, its material, context, and craftsmanship rooted in the world of early Egypt. On the other, its form feels uncannily modern, as though it belongs to a different timeline. This double vision unsettles us, reminding us that history is not a straight path, but a landscape of surprises. The Sabu Disc is one such surprise, a fragment that disrupts our expectations and forces us to reconsider the range of human possibility. In the end, the Sabu Disc remains what it has always been, a mystery carved in stone. It has outlasted the tomb that held it, the dynasty that commissioned it, the civilization that produced it. It has crossed 5,000 years to confront us with its strange geometry. It refuses to explain itself, and in that refusal, it holds our attention. It is one of those rare finds that feels like a message without words, a reminder that the past is not only what we know, but also what we cannot yet comprehend. As we leave the disc behind, its three curved lobes still turning in the mind's eye, the sense of unanswered possibility lingers. Other discoveries await, equally strange, equally challenging, each carrying their own riddles across the ages. A single slab of stone, fractured and weathered, once lay forgotten in a cellar in Brittany. Its surface looked rough at first glance, scored with shallow lines and shapes whose meaning had long slipped from memory. Yet when archaeologists began to trace those markings, they realized they were not random scratches but deliberate carvings. The stone was not simply decorated, it was a map. Rivers, valleys, enclosures and paths were represented across its expanse, turning the slab into one of the oldest cartographic representations known in Europe. It is called the Saint Belek slab, and it dates back to the Bronze Age, nearly 4,000 years ago. To encounter it is to see how early communities sought to capture their world, not only through myth or story, but through a visual record etched into enduring rock. The slab first entered scholarly attention in the early 20th century. It was discovered in 1906 by Paul du Châtelier, a French archaeologist working in Finistère, Brittany. He uncovered it within a burial mound known as the Saint Belek Barrow, where it served as part of the tomb's walls. At the time, du Châtelier described the carvings but did not fully recognize their significance. The slab was moved to his private residence, where it was eventually placed in storage. After his death, the object was transferred to a museum in Saint-Germain-en-Laye, near Paris. There it remained largely unnoticed for decades, its true meaning concealed under dust and neglect. Only in the 21st century did researchers revisit it with fresh eyes and new methods, revealing its hidden role as a Bronze Age map. Measuring more than 2 meters in length and weighing several tons, the slab presents a striking surface. Shallow engravings run across it, forming networks of lines, ovals, and depressions. To modern observers, they at first appear abstract, but when compared with the landscape of the Odette River Valley in Brittany, the similarities become evident. The carved lines correspond to river courses. The ovals and shapes align with known burial mounds, settlements, and fields. It is as though someone, 4 millennia ago, sought to capture the geography of their homeland with the tools of a stone carver. The realization that these lines formed a coherent plan transformed the slab from a curious artifact into a profound glimpse into the minds of ancient mapmakers. The notion of a map etched in stone raises questions about intention. Was it meant as a practical tool, guiding movement and marking territory? Or was it symbolic, a representation of control, identity, or spiritual significance tied to the land? Scholars debate these possibilities. Some suggest the slab was used by elites to assert authority, a demonstration that they not only ruled people but commanded knowledge of the landscape itself. Others see it as ritual, perhaps linked to funerary practices, where the deceased was symbolically placed within the map of their domain. Whatever the precise function, the act of carving an entire valley onto stone suggests a sophisticated awareness of space and representation far earlier than once believed. What makes the slab even more remarkable is its rarity. Prehistoric art abounds in figurative scenes, animals painted on cave walls, figures carved into stone, patterns of spirals and dots, but representations of territory are exceedingly scarce. Maps in the modern sense are usually associated with literate cultures, yet here in the European Bronze Age, a community without writing systems produced an enduring cartographic document. Its existence forces us to reconsider the intellectual world of these societies. They were not only skilled in metallurgy, trade, and monumental building, but also capable of abstracting their environment into symbols carved on rock. When modern researchers analyzed the slab in detail, they noticed something striking. The map is not random in scale. Certain distances between features match real measurements of the valley with impressive accuracy. The engraver clearly observed and understood spatial relationships, translating them into proportionate marks. This challenges the notion that prehistoric communities lacked advanced spatial thinking. Instead, it shows they engaged in the same mental leap we do when drawing maps, converting three-dimensional landscapes into two-dimensional representation. The slab's journey adds another layer of intrigue. After Du Chatelier's excavation, it spent most of the 20th century forgotten. Only in 2017 did a team led by researchers from France and Britain rediscover it in storage. Using high-resolution 3D scanning, they traced its carvings with precision, comparing them to satellite images and topographic maps. The results confirmed the alignment with the Odette Valley. This rediscovery transformed the slab into a subject of international attention. What had been a neglected artifact became a keystone for understanding prehistoric cartography. The symbolism of a map in a tomb is profound. To place the deceased against the representation of a landscape suggests an enduring tie between person and land. Perhaps the slab marked not only physical geography, but also the extent of a chief's authority or the ancestral territory of a lineage. In many cultures, land is inseparable from identity and memory. The Bronze Age community that carved this map may have sought to preserve that connection for eternity, embedding it in stone and placing it within a burial mound. One cannot help but marvel at the skill required. Working with hammerstones and chisels, the engraver created precise networks of lines across a hard granite surface. Each stroke carried intention. Each depression signified a landmark. Unlike perishable media, wood, hide, or sand, stone preserved the image across millennia. This choice suggests a desire for permanence, for a record that would outlast generations. The slab thus functions not only as a map, but also as a monument to memory. The rediscovery of the slab resonates beyond archaeology. It challenges our assumptions about the origins of cartography. For a long time, scholars traced the history of maps primarily to literate civilizations of Mesopotamia, Greece, or China. The Saint Belek slab proves that the impulse to map is deeper and more widespread. Long before alphabets or empires, communities sought to make sense of their landscapes through representation. The urge to map appears to be a fundamental human trait tied to how we understand place and belonging. Speculation inevitably arises about what knowledge has been lost. If one such map survived, how many others have crumbled, been repurposed, or remain buried? Perhaps entire traditions of prehistoric cartography once existed, guiding trade routes, marking sacred landscapes, or asserting power. The Saint Belek slab may be only the survivor of a larger practice now invisible. Its discovery reminds us how fragmentary the archaeological record truly is, and how each find can shift our understanding of the past. The slab also reveals the interconnectedness of European Bronze Age societies. Brittany at that time was a hub of activity, engaged in trade networks that stretched across the continent. Copper and tin flowed through these channels, fueling the bronze industry. Ideas traveled with them, styles of pottery, methods of building, ways of burying the dead. The creation of a map fits into this broader pattern of innovation. It reflects a society not isolated but connected, experimenting with new forms of representation as they engaged with distant regions. Standing before the slab today, one is struck by its layered history. First carved 4,000 years ago, later dismantled and reused in a tomb, then rediscovered and reinterpreted in modern times. It is an artifact that has lived many lives, each stage added to its meaning. For the Bronze Age community, it was a powerful representation of territory. For Du Chatelier, it was a curious decorated stone. For 21st century researchers, it is evidence of prehistoric cartography. This accumulation of meanings reminds us that objects continue to generate significance long after their creation. The emotional impact of the slab should not be underestimated. To run one's hand across its grooves is to feel the marks of a Bronze Age carver still present. The lines are shallow but deliberate, as if guiding the eye across a miniature landscape. One can imagine the engraver pausing, comparing the carving with the world outside, ensuring that the river bent just so that the hill was placed in the right relation to the valley. This act of careful translation from land to stone reveals a mind at work across the ages, reaching toward us through a medium that defies time. Some scholars point to the symbolic power of maps as instruments of control. To draw a map is to claim authority over space. The Saint Belek slab may thus represent more than geography. It may embody political power. By inscribing the land onto stone, the elites of the time could demonstrate mastery, asserting that they knew and governed the terrain. In this interpretation, the slab is both a cartographic document and a political statement. It signals that Bronze Age leaders understood the potency of representation long before written charters or boundary markers. Yet the map could also have carried spiritual meaning. Rivers and valleys may not only mark geography, but sacred routes, ancestral paths, or cosmological order. In many early cultures, landscapes were infused with spiritual significance. Hills were not only elevations, but abodes of spirits. Rivers were not only watercourses, but lifelines of fertility. The Saint Belek slab may thus encode a sacred geography, a worldview carved into stone. Its placement in a burial mound could reinforce this interpretation, linking the deceased with the eternal order of land and spirit. The slab's modern rediscovery highlights the importance of revisiting old finds with new perspectives. For more than a century, it languished unnoticed, its carvings misinterpreted as decoration. Only with fresh analysis did its cartographic nature become clear. This reminds us that the past still waits to be rediscovered, even among collections we think we know. Museums, storerooms, and archives may still hold objects whose secrets remain veiled until someone looks again with different eyes. As night falls over Brittany, one might imagine how the Bronze Age community viewed their land. Rolling hills, river valleys, and coastal plains stretched before them. They lived within these spaces, yet they also sought to represent them, to fix them in memory. The Saint Belek slab captures that desire. It is both practical and symbolic, local and monumental, ancient and unexpectedly familiar. It shows that the impulse to map, to create order from space, to turn land into lines, was alive thousands of years before modern cartography. The slab now rests in a museum, carefully preserved and studied. Yet its grooves still hold the resonance of the Bronze Age. They remind us that the urge to record our world, to represent it in abstract form, is as old as civilization itself. This carved map stands as a bridge across time, linking us with people who lived without writing, without metal compasses, without satellites, yet who still looked upon their land and sought to understand it through representation. The Saint Belek slab is more than stone. It is a thought captured in material form. It is a record of how humans reached beyond immediate experience to create abstraction. Its presence challenges us to recognize the sophistication of societies often dismissed as primitive. It shows that the act of mapping, of charting, of claiming, has roots deep in human history. As we step away from the carved lines, the sense of unfinished story remains. Other discoveries lie waiting, just as puzzling, just as revealing, each carrying forward the question of what ancient people sought to leave behind for us to find. The first impression most people have when they hear of the Hexham Heads is not one of grandeur, but of unease. They were not vast monuments hidden beneath the sands, nor glittering treasures pulled from the ruins of palaces. Instead, they were two small, carved stone faces, scarcely larger than a clenched hand, unearthed in the garden of an ordinary home in northern England. Yet these modest objects have inspired more debate, more speculation, and more outright fear than many discoveries of far greater size. Their rough features seem to peer from across centuries, and perhaps even across worlds, into the lives of those who held them. To encounter the Hexham Heads was to feel that one had stumbled not just upon history, but upon something older and far stranger. The story began in the town of Hexham, situated in Northumberland. This was a place of long history, standing near Hadrian's Wall and other remnants of Roman presence, with layers of settlement stretching deep into Britain's past. In the early 1970s, the ground outside one of the houses in the area yielded a curious surprise. A family digging in the garden uncovered two rounded stone carvings. They were not polished or elegant, but they had a clear human form. Each one had a face, with eyes, a nose, and a mouth. The eyes, in particular, seemed too large for the small size of the heads, giving them an unnatural look that drew immediate attention. The boys of the family who first found them were not archaeologists, and to them, the stones seemed more like curiosities than relics. They showed them to neighbors, to friends, and to anyone who wished to see. Almost at once, strange tales began to surround the objects. Stories circulated of odd events in the house, furniture shifting slightly on its own, noises without cause, even figures glimpsed at the edge of vision. Whether the tales were embroidered over time or began from genuine experiences, the Hexham Heads swiftly took on a reputation for being not only old but uncanny. It did not take long for experts to hear of the discovery. Scholars of archaeology and local history examined the stones, attempting to date them and to determine their origin. One interpretation suggested they could be Celtic, carved perhaps 2,000 years earlier, in a period when ritual objects were common across Britain. Their crude forms seemed to some consistent with votive offerings or charms designed not for beauty, but for symbolic power. Others, however, argued that the stones were far more recent, perhaps carved in the 19th or even 20th century, no older than the garden in which they were found. The heads became a battleground between those who saw them as an extraordinary survival of ancient belief and those who dismissed them as little more than folk art of recent generations. Part of what made the Hexham Heads so captivating was their ambiguity. If they had clearly belonged to a recognized culture, Roman, Saxon, or medieval, they would have been catalogued neatly in museums and studied within the ordinary frame of history. But these carvings resisted easy classification. Their expressions seemed simultaneously childish and menacing, their purpose both obvious and unreadable. They looked like faces, yes, but what they meant was unclear. Were they toys? Were they idols? Were they symbols of protection or of something more troubling? The more people studied them, the more elusive the answer became. One of the strongest arguments for their antiquity came from the fact of their burial. Objects lost in gardens are not unusual, but the heads were not simply dropped on the surface. They were unearthed at some depth, as if deliberately placed there long before the house itself was built. This suggested the possibility that they had lain in the earth for centuries, perhaps even millennia, waiting until chance revealed them once again. Supporters of the ancient theory pointed to this as evidence that they were not modern at all, but relics from a forgotten ritual, preserved by soil and time. Yet skeptics raised their own points. The stone from which the heads were carved seemed to some a type more commonly shaped in recent years than in ancient times. The style of the faces, too, appeared crude in a way that did not match known Celtic or Roman examples. There were also stories that an individual in the area, living not long before the 1970s, had enjoyed carving faces in stone as a hobby. To skeptics, this offered a straightforward explanation. The Hexham Heads were not mysterious at all, but the abandoned work of an amateur carver rediscovered by accident and transformed into legend. Still, the strange tales surrounding the heads refused to fade. People who handled them sometimes claimed to feel a chill or a prickle at the back of the neck, as if the stone retained a presence beyond its material form. One family in possession of the heads spoke of unsettling dreams and a feeling of being observed. A folkloric air gathered around them, linking them to older traditions of cursed or enchanted objects. In Britain, where stories of carved charms and ancient magic have lingered for centuries, the Hexham Heads seem to slot easily into a much older pattern of belief. The debate grew further when the heads were passed from household to household and later into the hands of researchers. At one point, a university became involved in studying them. Tests were run on the stone, attempts made to analyze tool marks, and comparisons drawn to similar objects across Britain and Ireland. Yet even under scrutiny, the heads defied certainty. Some experts leaned cautiously toward the idea of an Iron Age origin, while others were equally convinced of their modern manufacture. Unlike many archaeological finds, the Hexham Heads refused to be dated with assurance, leaving them poised on a line between the ancient and the contemporary. This uncertainty gave rise to theories more unusual still. Some writers suggested that the heads were linked to ritual practices meant to summon or bind spirits. The large eyes were interpreted as symbols of watchfulness, keeping guard against unseen forces. Others argued they might have represented deities or ancestors, placed in the earth as part of burial rites or offerings. There were even those who speculated about connections to prehistoric skull cults, where human heads held a particular significance as containers of life force. While none of these ideas could be proven, each added another layer of intrigue to the story. Local legend also began to weave itself around the objects. Tales grew of animal-like figures seen near the homes where the heads resided, of movements in the night, and of an atmosphere of unease. Journalists at the time were not slow to amplify such stories, and the Hexham Heads began to feature in newspaper reports and popular books about the strange. They became a perfect example of how small finds, when placed in the right context, can ignite the public imagination far beyond their apparent importance. The human fascination with faces carved in stone is very old. Across the world, from the Moai of Easter Island to the sculpted heads of Mesoamerica, people have shaped stone to resemble human likenesses, imbuing them with meanings both sacred and social. The Hexham Heads tapped into that universal instinct, but on a miniature scale. Their size made them intimate, something that could be held in the hand and contemplated at close quarters. That intimacy, combined with their rough yet compelling expressions, gave them a presence disproportionate to their small stature. It is also possible that part of the Hexham Heads' enduring mystique comes from their setting. Northern England, with its ancient barrows, Roman ruins, and windswept moors, carries an atmosphere rich in history. To discover strange carved heads there seemed to confirm the sense that the land itself was layered with secrets. The people who found them were not professional excavators but ordinary individuals, which only added to the drama. The idea that the earth beneath a suburban garden could conceal an artifact from distant centuries gave the discovery a narrative power far greater than its material value. As the years passed, the Hexham Heads moved into the realm of folklore almost as much as archaeology. They were written about not only in scholarly contexts but also in collections of paranormal stories. Their reputation as haunted or cursed objects clung to them, regardless of academic analysis. Even those who doubted their antiquity often admitted that the unsettling tales could not be entirely dismissed, for so many independent accounts spoke of strange experiences. Whether psychological suggestion or something beyond the ordinary, the Hexham Heads carried with them a lingering aura of the uncanny. In recent decades, debate over their origin has not entirely vanished, but it has softened. Many archaeologists remain skeptical, believing the heads to be relatively modern creations that gained a reputation far beyond their true significance. Yet others still argue for their antiquity, noting that absence of proof is not proof of absence, and that the circumstances of their discovery deserve to be weighed carefully. The lack of definitive tests leaves the question open, ensuring that the heads remain a mystery rather than a solved puzzle. What cannot be denied is the impact they have had. For a pair of stones no larger than apples, their influence has been extraordinary. They have entered the folklore of Hexham, the annals of British archaeology, and the imaginations of countless readers. They have inspired articles, debates, and even fictional tales. Their very uncertainty is what grants them power, for in the absence of certainty, the human mind fills the void with possibilities. Whether ancient charms, modern mischief, or something else entirely, the Hexham Heads are remembered. It is worth considering, too, how their story illustrates the way archaeology interacts with the human need for meaning. Objects alone are silent. It is people who ascribe to them history, purpose, and significance. The Hexham Heads, carved with crude faces, became vessels into which generations poured their own fears and hopes. To the family who unearthed them, they were curiosities tinged with unease. To scholars, they were puzzles demanding explanation. To locals, they became part of the mythic texture of the land. Each interpretation added to their life beyond the stone itself. As the 20th century gave way to the 21st, the heads were at times displayed, at times hidden away, and at times lost track of altogether. Their exact whereabouts have occasionally been uncertain, adding further to their reputation as elusive. Reports place them in various collections or in the custody of institutions, yet they seem always on the verge of vanishing again, as if unwilling to remain pinned down by ordinary cataloguing. That elusiveness too becomes part of their allure, for what is half seen or half known often fascinates more than what is fully revealed. The Hexham Heads remind us that not all great archaeological finds are measured by size or by gold. Sometimes it is the small, the crude, and the ambiguous that exert the greatest hold on the imagination. Their power lies not only in what they are, but in what they might be. They open doors onto questions of history, belief, and the supernatural, without ever yielding complete answers. In this way, they continue to haunt not only the soil from which they came, but the thoughts of those who contemplate them. Perhaps that is their true significance, not whether they are ancient or modern, Celtic or folk art, cursed or harmless, but that they reveal the way humans respond to mystery. Faced with two small stone faces, people spin tales, construct theories, and feel emotions out of proportion to the physical object. The Hexham Heads are a mirror, reflecting back the fears and hopes of each generation that encounters them. They are, in essence, timeless, not because of their material, but because of the stories they inspire. As we leave the strange tale of these carved faces, one cannot help but sense that their story is not yet finished. Somewhere, they continue to exist, quiet, inscrutable, watching with their oversized eyes. Whether they were carved in the distant past by hands now long gone, or more recently by an unknown hobbyist whose work slipped into legend, they remain objects of fascination. And while the soil of Hexham has already given up this particular secret, history is vast and the earth is deep. Other discoveries, equally strange and equally baffling, await beneath the ground, ready to challenge once more what we think we know. The ground sometimes gives up its secrets not in fragments of pottery or small tools, but in forms so unexpected they reshape how we think about the very dawn of civilization. In 1983, on the outskirts of Amman in Jordan, construction workers preparing to widen a road cut into the earth and revealed a sight unlike any they could have anticipated. Beneath layers of soil lay life-sized statues made not of stone but of lime plaster, carefully shaped into human figures with wide eyes and strangely abstract bodies. They had been deliberately buried thousands of years earlier, yet when uncovered they looked as if they were waiting to be seen again. These are the Ain Ghazal Statues, among the oldest known large-scale human representations in the world, and their discovery continues to puzzle and fascinate archaeologists to this day. What struck those who first gazed upon them was not only their size but their number. They were found in caches, groups of figures placed together as though they had been arranged for a final ritual act before being concealed beneath the ground. Some were full figures, others busts, but all shared the same haunting style. Elongated faces, broad staring eyes outlined with bitumen, and bodies that often lacked clear detail of hands or feet. The figures were neither fully naturalistic nor fully abstract, occupying a space between lifelike form and symbolic suggestion. The settlement of Ain Ghazal itself was already known as one of the largest Neolithic communities in the Near East. It flourished around the 8th to 7th millennia BCE, at a time when agriculture was taking root, villages were expanding, and people were experimenting with new ways of living. Yet nothing in the archaeology of the region had prepared researchers for these statues. Smaller figurines had long been part of ritual life in Neolithic societies, usually fashioned from clay or stone, often depicting fertility or animal forms. But the Ain Ghazal statues were on a different scale entirely. To craft life-sized human figures from plaster required organization, planning, and considerable effort. It meant that these early communities invested energy into something that was not survival alone, but symbolic creation. The method of their construction has fascinated specialists. The makers began with a core of bundled reeds, which provided a lightweight but sturdy frame. Around this, they layered plaster made from burned limestone mixed with water, applying it in stages until it hardened into a surface that could be smoothed and shaped. The heads were often carefully modeled, with eyes and eyebrows picked out in dark pigment. Some figures were even given multiple heads, a detail that raises questions about whether they represented mythic beings, ancestors, or something else altogether. This technique of reed core and plaster skin was ingenious, yet also fragile. Unlike stone or fired clay, the material is vulnerable to decay. The fact that so many statues survived at all is a testament to the protection of the soil that covered them. But why were they made, and why were they buried? This is the central mystery that makes the Ain Ghazal statues such an enduring subject of debate. The deliberate concealment suggests ritual significance. They were not discarded as waste, nor broken and scattered. They were placed together with care, often arranged side by side in pits dug specifically for that purpose. Some researchers have suggested they may have been representations of revered ancestors, created to embody the presence of the dead within the community. Others propose they might have been linked to deities or spirits, part of ceremonies that affirmed the identity of the group. The act of burial itself could have been symbolic, returning the figures to the earth after they had served their purpose. In total, more than 30 statues have been recovered from Ain Ghazal, making it one of the richest caches of Neolithic sculpture ever found. Each discovery added to the puzzle. The statues were not identical, but they followed shared conventions, as though shaped by a cultural system of symbols understood by those who made them. Yet the meanings of those symbols remain elusive to us. Without written records, interpretation relies on comparison with other finds, on patterns of ritual practice, and on intuition about the human need to give form to belief. What makes the statues particularly intriguing is how they blur boundaries. They are human figures, yet they lack individuality. Their faces are generalized, their bodies schematic. They are not portraits in the modern sense, but nor are they entirely abstract icons. This ambiguity allows them to represent the collective as much as the individual, the living as much as the ancestral. They stand at the threshold of art and religion, history and myth. The setting of Ain Ghazal itself adds further context. This was a settlement stretching over more than 30 acres, with houses built of mud brick and evidence of both farming and herding. The community was large, possibly numbering several thousand at its height, far larger than most contemporary villages. To sustain such a population required cooperation, organization, and shared systems of meaning. It is within that social framework that the statues must be understood. They may have served as focal points of communal ritual, embodying shared values and collective identity at a time when new ways of life demanded new forms of cohesion. One remarkable aspect of the Ain Ghazal statues is how early they appear in human history. Dating to around 9,000 years ago, they stand at the very dawn of settled agricultural society. The fact that such complex symbolic objects were made at this time challenges older ideas that art and ritual were luxuries that only developed after material survival was secured. Instead, the statues suggest that symbolic creation was central from the very beginning, woven into the fabric of community life. To farm, to build, to gather together, these were accompanied by acts of representation and ritual that gave meaning to existence. When the statues were first uncovered in the 1980s, their appearance caused a stir not only among specialists, but also in the broader public. Photographs of the wide-eyed figures gazing out of the soil were striking, almost unsettling. They looked at once alien and familiar, as though ancient ancestors had been waiting with unblinking patience for millennia to re-emerge. Museums quickly recognized their significance. Today, some of the Ain Ghazal statues are displayed in the Jordan Museum in Amman, while others reside in institutions abroad, where they continue to draw fascinated visitors. Yet even in display, the statues carry an air of fragility. Their plaster surfaces are delicate, requiring careful conservation. To stand before them is to sense both their age and their vulnerability. They are survivors from a time before writing, before metal, before the great cities of Mesopotamia. Yet they endure in fragile form, reminding us how much of early human expression has been lost. If not for chance discovery, they might still be lying beneath the earth, unseen. Over the years, scholars have proposed many theories about the statue's meaning. Some focus on the eyes, large and emphasized, suggesting they symbolized watchfulness or spiritual presence. Others note the lack of arms or detailed features, interpreting the figures as abstractions of the human essence rather than realistic depictions. The presence of statues with two heads has prompted speculation about duality, about the joining of worlds, or about beings that existed in myth beyond the ordinary human. None of these theories can be proven, yet each highlights how rich the statues are in possibilities. There is also the question of why such figures are not more widespread. While small figurines are common across the Neolithic Near East, life-sized plaster statues are rare. Ain Ghazal is exceptional, though a few related finds exist elsewhere, such as at Jericho. This raises the possibility that certain communities experimented with this form of ritual art, but for reasons unknown, the tradition did not become widespread. Perhaps the fragility of the medium made it impractical, or perhaps the symbolic system it represented was localized and did not spread. The statues thus stand as a unique window into a specific cultural moment, a path not widely taken in the broader development of human expression. The very act of burying the statues may hold the key to understanding them. In many cultures, ritual objects are intentionally retired, destroyed, or interred once their role is complete. The careful placement of the Ain Ghazal statues in pits suggests a ceremony of closure. They were not discarded as broken tools, but honored in their removal. This act may have been as important as their creation, binding the community together in shared rites of making and unmaking. As time passed after their discovery, further excavations at Ain Ghazal revealed more about the settlement itself. The site included evidence of elaborate houses, of burials beneath floors, and of changing subsistence patterns as the Neolithic unfolded. Within this wider picture, the statues take their place as part of a society grappling with growth, identity, and the mysteries of existence. They remind us that even at the beginnings of settled life, people sought to embody their beliefs in durable form to give shape to what lay beyond ordinary sight. Standing before these statues today, one is struck by their gaze. The eyes, outlined in dark pigment, stare outward with an intensity that seems undimmed by the passage of 9 millennia. They are empty of pupils, yet they seem to see. That quality may be why they continue to capture attention across cultures and centuries. They do not simply represent people. They confront us, demanding recognition. In their presence, the line between past and present blurs. In the grand arc of archaeology, the Ain Ghazal statues occupy a crucial place. They remind us that the human urge to create, to symbolize, and to ritualize is as old as agriculture itself. They challenge assumptions about what early societies were capable of, demonstrating that even without cities or writing, people invested extraordinary energy into the realm of the symbolic. They are a testament to the depth of human imagination in the Neolithic, an imagination that sought to give visible form to the unseen. It is tempting to think of them as ancestors, not in the literal sense, but as representatives of the human journey. They embody the threshold moment when small communities began to grow into larger societies, when survival was intertwined with meaning, when ritual took shape in new forms. They are reminders that history is not only measured in tools and technologies, but in the ways people sought to make sense of their lives. The discovery of the Ain Ghazal statues also underscores the role of chance in archaeology. Had the road construction taken a slightly different course, had the soil not been cut just so, the statues might still be buried, unknown. Countless other objects remain hidden beneath the earth, their existence unsuspected until human activity disturbs them. Each discovery is a reminder of how much of our past lies concealed, waiting for the right moment to surface. Today, as they stand in museums, the statues are separated from the context of ritual and burial that once defined them. Yet even stripped of that setting, they retain power. Visitors gaze upon them and feel a connection that bypasses time. Something in the wide eyes and stark forms speaks across millennia. Perhaps that is why they are remembered not merely as archaeological artifacts, but as presences in their own right. To describe the Ain Ghazal statues is to describe an enigma. They are human, yet not. They are ancient, yet they feel immediate. They are fragile, yet they carry immense weight of meaning. Each interpretation leaves space for more. Each theory opens to further questions. That is why they endure as one of the greatest archaeological finds, not simply because of their age or rarity, but because of the way they resist final explanation. As we step away from their story, it feels less like leaving behind a solved mystery than parting from an unfinished conversation. The statues remain, watching with their unblinking eyes, their purpose concealed but their presence undeniable. Somewhere in the soil of other ancient sites, other discoveries wait, equally capable of unsettling our assumptions and widening our view of the past. When people speak of pyramids in Mexico, they usually think first of the vast stone monuments of Teotihuacan, with its Avenue of the Dead, or of the Maya temples that rise dramatically from the jungles of Yucatan. Yet on the southern edge of modern Mexico City stands another pyramid, older than Teotihuacan and perhaps stranger than any of its later successors. This is the Pyramid of Cuicuilco, a massive circular structure partially entombed in volcanic lava. It is a monument that should not have survived, and yet it still rises from the ground, its rounded form contrasting with the angular geometry of nearly every other pyramid in the region. To encounter it is to be reminded that the history of Mesoamerica is deeper, more complex, and far more mysterious than the neat outlines found in textbooks. The uniqueness of Cuicuilco lies first in its shape. Most pyramids in Mesoamerica follow a square or rectangular plan, their sides stepped and their summits flattened to hold temples. Cuicuilco, by contrast, is round. It spreads outward in concentric tiers, a great circular mound of stone and earth measuring nearly 130 meters across. The form immediately raises questions. Why would its builders choose the circle rather than the square? Was the shape linked to the cycles of time, to the movement of the heavens, or to the worship of a specific deity? The circle is rare in Mesoamerican monumental architecture, and that rarity makes Cuicuilco stand out not just visually, but conceptually. Archaeologists have long debated the age of the pyramid. Some estimates place its construction as early as 800 BCE, while others argue for a date closer to 200 BCE. Whatever the precise timeline, it clearly predates the rise of Teotihuacan, making it one of the oldest monumental pyramids in central Mexico. This means Cuicuilco was built at a time when communities were only beginning to experiment with urban life, when agriculture was spreading through the valley, and when ritual and architecture were emerging together to bind societies into larger wholes. The pyramid represents not only the ambition of its builders, but also their place at the very dawn of Mesoamerican civilization. The settlement that surrounded the pyramid was once a thriving city. Archaeological surveys suggest that by the 1st centuries BCE, it may have housed tens of thousands of people, making it one of the earliest true urban centers in the region. Houses of mud brick and stone spread across fertile fields near the edge of Lake Texcoco. Farmers cultivated maize, beans, and squash, while artisans fashioned pottery and tools. The pyramid formed the heart of this community, the focus of ceremonies and gatherings. Its summit likely held altars or structures where rituals were performed, visible to the crowds assembled below. In its heyday, Cuicuilco would have been a city alive with the rhythms of daily life and the solemnity of ritual observance. Yet the fate of Cuicuilco was sealed not by human conflict, but by the earth itself. The nearby volcano Xitle erupted sometime in the late 1st millennium BCE or the early 1st century CE. Streams of molten lava poured across the landscape, burying houses, fields, and roads. Much of the city was entombed under black basalt, the fertile soil smothered and the inhabitants forced to abandon their homes. The eruption was devastating, erasing in a single generation what had taken centuries to build. The survivors scattered, some perhaps migrating northward to the valley of Teotihuacan, where a new city would soon rise. In this way, the destruction of Cuicuilco may have played a direct role in the emergence of the very civilization that would later eclipse it. What makes the story of Cuicuilco remarkable is that the pyramid itself survived the catastrophe. Though partly buried, its massive circular form resisted complete destruction. The lava, which might have obliterated it, instead preserved it under a protective casing. In modern times, when archaeologists cut into the mound, they found the structure still intact beneath the volcanic flow. It is one of the few monuments in the world to owe its preservation to the very force that destroyed the city around it. This paradox, ruin and preservation entwined, adds to the pyramid's aura of mystery. The meaning of the pyramid remains uncertain. Some scholars believe it was dedicated to Huehueteotl, the old god of fire, a deity often depicted as a hunched figure bearing a brazier on his back. If this is true, the irony is extraordinary, a pyramid to the fire god consumed yet protected by fire itself. Others suggest the circular form reflects astronomical concerns, perhaps serving as a platform for observing the heavens or marking cycles of the calendar. Still others see it as a representation of cosmic order, a model of the world itself. The lack of written records leaves these theories unproven, but each possibility deepens the sense that Cuicuilco was a place where earth, sky, and society converged. The rediscovery of Cuicuilco in the modern era unfolded gradually. During the 19th century, scholars noticed the mound protruding from the lava fields south of Mexico City. At first, it was thought to be a natural formation, but closer inspection revealed the regularity of its shape and the presence of cut stone. Excavations in the early 20th century confirmed its artificial nature and revealed stairways and terraces hidden beneath the rock. The sheer size of the pyramid stunned researchers, who realized they were looking at a structure rivaling many of the better-known monuments of later times. Yet the city it once commanded was gone, its houses and fields sealed beneath the basalt. Walking through the site today, one encounters a striking contrast. Modern roads and buildings press close, yet within the protected archaeological zone, the pyramid rises from its bed of rough lava. The surface of the mound is covered with grass and shrubs, but its circular outline is unmistakable. A path winds upward, allowing visitors to ascend the tiers much as the ancient inhabitants might once have done. From the summit, one looks out across the modern sprawl of Mexico City, yet beneath the ground lie the remains of a city erased nearly 2,000 years ago. The sense of layered time is palpable, as if past and present occupy the same ground without ever fully meeting. The impact of Cuicuilco on the broader story of Mesoamerican civilization is still being evaluated. Some researchers argue that the collapse of Cuicuilco directly fed into the rise of Teotihuacan, as refugees brought with them skills, traditions, and perhaps even religious concepts. If true, then Teotihuacan's grandeur carries within it the legacy of a destroyed city. Others see Cuicuilco as a parallel development, a society that experimented with urban life independently but left few heirs. Either way, the pyramid stands as testimony that the Valley of Mexico was already a landscape of complexity long before the more famous cities took shape. The circular form of the pyramid invites comparisons with later structures. At the Aztec city of Tenochtitlan, centuries after Cuicuilco's fall, a round temple to the wind god Ejecatl was constructed. Some scholars see in this a distant echo of Cuicuilco, a continuity of circular sacred architecture linking the deep past with the Aztec world. Whether this connection is real or coincidental is difficult to prove, yet the possibility hints at cultural memories stretching across millennia. Cuicuilco also challenges modern assumptions about how ancient societies organized themselves. The scale of the pyramid implies the ability to mobilize large numbers of workers, suggesting leadership capable of coordinating construction on a monumental scale. Yet, without written records, we do not know what kind of authority existed. Was it a theocracy led by priests, a council of elders, or a centralized ruler? The stones remain mute, leaving only the shape of the monument to hint at the society that raised it. The very survival of Cuicuilco beneath lava provides archaeologists with a unique opportunity. Unlike sites that were continuously occupied and rebuilt, Cuicuilco was frozen in time by sudden catastrophe. Beneath the basalt may lie undisturbed houses, tools, and even human remains, preserved as they were at the moment of abandonment. Excavation is difficult, for the lava is thick and unyielding, but the potential is immense. Each discovery adds detail to the portrait of a society that otherwise might have vanished entirely from memory. For those who visit, Cuicuilco is not just a ruin but an experience. The rough black lava surrounding the pyramid creates an otherworldly landscape, broken and uneven, dotted with cactus and scrub. Walking across it feels like stepping into a frozen river of stone, a reminder of the eruption that shaped the site. Emerging from this stark terrain, the circular pyramid rises with quiet authority. It is less imposing than the soaring pyramids of Teotihuacan, yet more enigmatic, its unusual form and tragic history lending it a unique power. The importance of Cuicuilco lies not only in its age or architecture, but in what it teaches about resilience and loss. A flourishing city, one of the first of its kind in the region, was erased almost overnight. Yet from its destruction came new beginnings elsewhere. The survivors did not vanish. They carried their knowledge forward, perhaps contributing to the rise of one of the greatest cities of the ancient world. The story of Cuicuilco is thus both a cautionary tale and a story of continuity, a reminder of how civilizations adapt to disaster. In the grand scope of archaeology, Cuicuilco remains one of the most evocative finds of the 20th century. Its discovery beneath volcanic rock revealed not only an ancient monument, but an entire chapter of history that might otherwise have been forgotten. It forces us to reconsider the timeline of Mesoamerican civilization, pushing back the origins of monumental building and urban life. It also demonstrates how natural forces can both destroy and preserve, wiping out a city, yet safeguarding its greatest monument for future generations to study. To stand atop the pyramid is to stand between eras. On one side lies the modern sprawl of Mexico City, on the other, the black fields of lava that entomb a vanished city. Beneath your feet lies the circular form crafted by hands nearly 3,000 years ago. The weight of history presses close, yet the meaning of the monument remains elusive. Was it a temple to fire, an observatory of the skies, or a cosmic model of the world? The answer lies buried still, waiting in the dark layers beneath the basalt. What endures is the sense of mystery, the feeling that Cuicuilco represents a story half told. Its rounded form defies easy categorization, its survival defies destruction, and its role in history defies certainty. It is precisely this defiance that makes it one of the greatest archaeological finds, an anomaly, a reminder that the past holds more surprises than we often allow. As we move onward from Cuicuilco, the image of the circular pyramid remains vivid, a monument half buried yet unforgotten, a city destroyed yet influential, a place where fire both consumed and preserved. The story of Cuicuilco ends in catastrophe, but it also points forward toward the rise of other cities, other monuments, and other mysteries still waiting to be uncovered. If you walk along the granite coast of Bohuslan in western Sweden, the rocks themselves seem alive with stories. They rise in smooth, sloping sheets, the surface weathered by wind and sea, but cut into them are thousands upon thousands of carvings made more than 3,000 years ago. These are the Bohuslan Petroglyphs, one of the richest concentrations of Bronze Age rock art anywhere in the world. Ships, animals, humans, and abstract symbols fill the stone panels, a visual record left behind by communities who lived by farming, fishing, and trading in the far north of Europe. Yet among the carvings is something that seems entirely out of place. Images of wheeled vehicles, chariots drawn by horses, centuries before such technology is believed to have reached Scandinavia. It is this puzzle, these depictions of anachronistic machines, that makes the Bohuslan Petroglyphs one of the greatest archaeological enigmas. The discovery of the carvings is not tied to a single moment. Local people had long known of figures etched into the rocks, but it was in the 19th century that scholars began to document them systematically. As more panels were recorded, the sheer scale of the art became clear. Today, more than 20,000 individual carvings have been identified across the region. They range from tiny symbols scratched into the stone to vast panels crowded with ships and figures. Each image was made by pecking the rock with a harder stone, producing grooves that were later painted with red pigment to make them visible. Standing before them today, one can still see the careful lines and curves preserved through centuries of exposure. The themes of the petroglyphs are varied, but certain motifs recur. Ships are among the most common, their long hulls often lined with vertical strokes representing crew. These vessels suggest the importance of seafaring and trade, perhaps even ritual journeys across water. Human figures are also abundant, some carrying weapons, others engaged in what appear to be dances or processions. Animals such as bulls, deer, and horses appear frequently, linking the art to both the natural world and to domestication. Abstract shapes, circles, spirals, and cup marks add another layer of symbolism, their meaning now obscure. Amid this profusion of imagery, the wheeled vehicles stand out. They show unmistakable wheels, axles, and even drivers holding reins. Some are two-wheeled chariots drawn by horses, others appear to be four-wheeled carts. The level of detail is striking, leaving little doubt that the artists intended to depict vehicles. Yet according to conventional timelines, chariots were not present in Scandinavia at this early date. The Nordic Bronze Age is thought to have been culturally connected to Central Europe, but the spread of actual wheeled transport so far north remains uncertain. The presence of these images, carved into stone centuries before archaeological evidence of chariots in the region, challenges the established picture. How could people in Bohuslan have carved such scenes? One explanation is contact through trade networks. The Nordic Bronze Age was not isolated. Amber from the Baltic reached the Mediterranean, and bronze weapons and ornaments found in Sweden clearly came from further south. It is possible that knowledge of chariots traveled north along these routes, even if the vehicles themselves did not. In this view, the carvings represent not lived experience but imagined symbols of power, borrowed from distant cultures and translated into local rock art. Another theory suggests that at least some chariots may indeed have reached Scandinavia. Even if they were rare, the arrival of such vehicles would have made a dramatic impression, inspiring carvings that magnified their importance. For small farming communities, a horse-drawn chariot would have seemed extraordinary, an embodiment of prestige, foreign power, and supernatural speed. Depicting them in stone may have been a way to harness that prestige symbolically, whether or not the communities themselves used the technology extensively. The vehicles also raise questions about ritual and cosmology. Many carvings in Bohuslan seem less like records of daily life and more like symbolic scenes. Ships sail across rock surfaces that never touched water. Human figures dance in processions frozen in stone, and animals appear in stylized form. The chariots may likewise have been more than depictions of transport. They could represent solar journeys, mythic narratives, or connections to divine realms. In fact, in other parts of Europe, chariots are often associated with solar cults, carrying the sun across the sky. It is possible that the artists of Bohuslan adopted this imagery, merging it with their own traditions. The sheer number of carvings in Bohuslan suggests the region was a major center of ritual activity during the Bronze Age. Panels were often located on sloping rocks near waterways, visible to those traveling by land or sea. The act of carving may itself have been ceremonial, performed in gatherings that linked community identity to the land. The addition of wheeled vehicles to this symbolic landscape may have signified participation in wider networks of belief, connecting the far north to continental Europe. Standing at sites such as Tanum, one of the richest areas of Bohuslan rock art, the carvings unfold across entire rock faces. The figures crowd together, overlapping in layers accumulated over centuries. Ships sail alongside warriors, animals march beside chariots. The effect is overwhelming, a chorus of images speaking across time. To trace the grooves with your hand is to touch the marks made by people 3 millennia ago, their thoughts and hopes etched into the granite. The wheeled vehicles, rare but striking, remind us that even in remote places, ideas traveled far and fast during the Bronze Age. The interpretation of the petroglyphs is far from settled. Some scholars emphasize their connection to fertility and agricultural cycles, pointing to the prominence of plows, cattle, and sexual symbolism. Others highlight their role in warfare and status, noting the prevalence of weapons and warriors. Still others argue that the art is primarily cosmological, mapping relationships between humans, animals, and the divine. The vehicles can fit into any of these frameworks. They might symbolize fertility through the movement of plows and carts, power through the prestige of chariots, or cosmology through the sun's journey across the sky. The ambiguity is part of their power. What cannot be denied is the technical skill involved. Carving into granite is no easy task, yet the artists of Bohuslan created lines that remain crisp after thousands of years. They chose rock surfaces carefully, often selecting south-facing slopes that catch the light. When freshly painted with pigment, the carvings would have been even more vivid, glowing red against the grey stone. In ceremonies, fire or torches might have illuminated them, creating a dramatic interplay of light and image. To the people of the Bronze Age, these carvings were not static relics, but living presences in their world. The discovery of wheeled vehicles among the Bohuslan Petroglyphs reminds us how porous cultural boundaries were in the Bronze Age. Long-distance connections carried not only goods, but also ideas. Amber from the Baltic reached as far as Egypt. Tin and copper traveled across Europe to feed the production of bronze. Along these routes, stories, symbols, and technologies flowed as well. The chariots of Bohuslan may represent a distant echo of innovations made thousands of kilometers away, transformed into local expressions of meaning. At the same time, the petroglyphs challenge the assumption that cultural diffusion was one-directional. They suggest that Northern Europe was not merely a passive recipient of ideas, but an active participant in a shared world. The people who carved the rocks of Bohuslan took foreign symbols and wove them into their own traditions, creating something unique. The result is an art that is at once local and global, rooted in Scandinavian landscapes, yet connected to a wider Bronze Age cosmos. Visiting Bohuslan today, the modern traveler encounters a quiet rural landscape dotted with farms and villages. Yet beneath this modern surface lies a Bronze Age heart, inscribed in stone. The petroglyphs are now a UNESCO World Heritage Site, preserved for their cultural significance. Paths guide visitors to panels where the carvings are visible, sometimes repainted in red to make them clear. To stand before them is to feel the weight of 3,000 years, the persistence of human expression across time. The wheeled vehicles, still clear among the ships and animals, continue to provoke wonder and debate. The question of their meaning may never be fully resolved. Were they literal depictions of rare chariots brought north through trade? Were they symbolic images of divine journeys? Or were they imaginative visions of a technology heard about but never seen? Each possibility carries implications for how we understand the Bronze Age in Scandinavia. The very uncertainty is part of what makes them compelling. They invite us not to settle on a single answer, but to recognize the richness of human imagination. What the Bohuslan petroglyphs ultimately reveal is that even in the distant past, people sought to connect their lives to larger stories. They carved ships to represent journeys, animals to signify power and fertility, and wheels to mark both practical innovation and cosmic cycles. Their art was a dialogue between the local and the universal, the everyday and the mythic. That dialogue continues today, as scholars and visitors alike attempt to read the messages inscribed in stone. The presence of wheeled vehicles long before their time reminds us that history is rarely straightforward. Technologies do not spread evenly, nor do ideas always wait for material evidence. Sometimes symbols arrive before objects, and sometimes objects arrive before they leave a record. The petroglyphs capture this ambiguity, showing us both more and less than the material record suggests. They are a reminder that the past is complex, that it resists simple timelines, and that it often surprises us. As the sun sets over Bohuslan, the rock faces catch the light, and the carvings seem to glow once more. Ships sail across granite seas, warriors raise their weapons, and chariots roll along grooves that have lasted 3 millennia. The people who made them are long gone, but their presence remains, etched in stone that still speaks. The wheeled vehicles, improbable yet undeniable, invite us to imagine connections that reach beyond time and place. To leave the site is to carry those images with you, the circle of a wheel, the line of a ship, the curve of a bull's horn. Together they form a story of human creativity, ambition, and connection. The Bohuslan petroglyphs are not just carvings on stone. They are windows into a world where people looked outward, across sea and sky, and carved their visions into the very bedrock of their land. The mystery of the wheeled vehicles remains, unresolved and perhaps unresolvable. Yet it is precisely that mystery that ensures the carvings will continue to fascinate generation after generation. Among the river valleys of southeastern Europe, where the Danube winds through fields and low hills, archaeologists have uncovered objects that look at once ancient and strangely modern. Small clay figurines, with sharply geometric faces and bodies covered in incised marks, have emerged from the soil of Serbia, Romania, and neighboring regions. They belong to the Vinca culture, a Neolithic civilization that flourished between roughly 5,500 and 4,500 BCE, centuries before the rise of Mesopotamia or Egypt. These figurines are unlike anything else from the prehistoric world. Their triangular heads, elongated noses, and large eyes resemble masks or even stylized modern sculpture, while the mysterious symbols etched onto their surfaces remain undeciphered. To hold one is to feel that it should not exist in such an early time, that it carries with it an enigma that continues to baffle scholars. The discovery of these figurines began in the early 20th century, when excavations near Belgrade revealed the remains of a Neolithic settlement. The site, named Vinca Belo Brdo, gave its name to an entire cultural horizon that spread across the Balkans. Archaeologists uncovered houses of wattle and daub, evidence of agriculture, pottery decorated with complex patterns, and, most strikingly, hundreds of figurines. Some were only a few inches tall, while others reached nearly a foot in height. Their forms varied from seated figures with hands folded to standing bodies with sharply defined heads and torsos. Many bore marks that looked less like decoration and more like writing, lines, crosses, chevrons, and other signs cut into the clay. At first, the figurines were interpreted as ritual objects, perhaps representing deities or ancestors. Their exaggerated heads and stylized features seemed to place them in the realm of the symbolic rather than the naturalistic. Yet the sheer number of them, thousands across multiple sites, suggested they were more than occasional offerings. They seemed to permeate Vinca society, appearing in houses, pits, and communal spaces. This ubiquity raised questions. Were they everyday objects of devotion, teaching tools, markers of status, or something more enigmatic? What makes the Vinca figurines particularly striking is the appearance of incised symbols. On arms, legs, and torsos, archaeologists found marks that resembled a system of signs. These were not random scratches, for they repeated across multiple figures and objects. Some looked like simplified letters, others like pictograms. Together, they formed what has been called the Vinca script, or the Vinca symbols. If this truly was a form of writing, it would predate the earliest known scripts of Sumer and Egypt by more than 1,000 years. That possibility has fueled endless debate, for the idea of a literate Neolithic Europe challenges the traditional story of civilization's beginnings. Skeptics argue that the symbols may not constitute writing in the strict sense. They might instead be proto-symbols, part of a system of notation used for counting, ritual, or clan identity. The repetition of certain marks could indicate ownership, kinship, or religious affiliation rather than phonetic or semantic language. Yet, even if they are not full writing, the symbols still represent a level of abstraction rare for the period. They suggest that the people of the Vinca culture developed complex systems of communication and symbolism, more advanced than once believed. The faces of the figurines themselves add to the mystery. Many have elongated, triangular heads with prominent noses and large, almond-shaped eyes. Some scholars have compared them to masks, suggesting they may represent ritual participants wearing head coverings. Others see in them depictions of deities, ancestors, or spirits. Their geometric quality has even led some modern observers to liken them to futuristic or alien forms, though such comparisons reflect more on contemporary imagination than on prehistoric intent. Still, the sense of strangeness remains. These are not naturalistic human portraits, but abstracted beings that hover between human and otherworldly. One figurine from Vinca shows a seated figure with arms resting on its knees, its head a perfect triangle with deep incised eyes. Another from nearby Turdash has a body covered in marks resembling zigzags and crosses, as though clothed in a garment of symbols. Others are headless, broken deliberately, perhaps as part of ritual deposition. Each object carries with it a sense of intention, as though every line and shape was meant to convey meaning. Yet that meaning remains opaque to us. The broader Vinca culture itself was sophisticated for its time. Settlements were large, some covering more than 30 hectares, with houses arranged in rows and evidence of planning. The people practiced mixed farming, raising crops and animals, and crafted finely decorated pottery. They also worked copper, making tools and ornaments long before metallurgy became common in other parts of Europe. In this context, the figurines may represent the symbolic dimension of a society already advanced in technology and organization. Yet, unlike Mesopotamia or Egypt, the Vinca culture did not develop into a state. Around 4500 BCE, their settlements declined and the culture gradually disappeared, replaced by other groups. The reasons remain unclear. Climate change, resource exhaustion, or social transformation may have played roles. What they left behind are these figurines, scattered across the Balkans, fragments of a symbolic system that never fully blossomed into a written tradition. They are, in a sense, the ruins of an alternate path of history, a glimpse of what might have been. The debate over the Vinca symbols has been particularly intense. In the mid-20th century, some researchers claimed them as the world's earliest script, arguing that the incised signs represented a form of proto-writing. If true, this would rewrite the history of literacy, placing southeastern Europe at the forefront. Others caution against such conclusions, noting that the symbols never appear in long sequences, nor do they show clear syntax. Instead, they may represent a symbolic code, powerful but not linguistic. The controversy continues, reflecting both the importance of writing in our conception of civilization and the allure of mysteries that resist easy answers. To stand before a display of Vinca figurines in a museum is to feel the pull of that mystery. Their faces stare outward, geometric and impassive, their bodies marked with undeciphered signs. They look as though they belong to another time entirely, one both ancient and strangely futuristic. The sense of dislocation is powerful, for they do not fit neatly into the familiar story of prehistory. They are too numerous to dismiss, too strange to explain, too old to ignore. The figurines also highlight the role of women in Neolithic societies. Many of the figures appear female, with emphasized hips or breasts, though others are ambiguous. Some scholars have interpreted them as mother goddesses, symbols of fertility and life. Others caution that such interpretations may project modern ideas onto the past. Whether deities, ancestors, or ritual participants, the figures remind us that gender, symbolism, and spirituality were deeply intertwined in Neolithic life. The deliberate breaking of some figurines adds another layer of complexity. Archaeologists have found many that were intentionally fragmented before being buried or discarded. This suggests ritual practices in which the life of the figurine was ended, perhaps as part of ceremonies of closure or transformation. The act of breaking may have symbolized the release of power, the end of a ritual cycle, or the death of a symbolic being. These practices resonate with later traditions across the world where sacred objects are ritually decommissioned. The geometric style of the Vinca figurines has inspired artists and thinkers in the modern era. Their abstract faces and undeciphered symbols speak to the modern fascination with the unknown, aligning with movements in art that seek to strip forms down to essential lines. In exhibitions, they often draw comparisons to Cubist or Modernist sculpture, though they predate those movements by millennia. Their aesthetic impact is undeniable, reminding us that abstraction is not a modern invention but a human impulse that reaches deep into prehistory. The sheer antiquity of the figurines also unsettles assumptions about the linear progress of culture. We often think of abstraction, symbolism, and writing as developments of later, more advanced civilizations. Yet here, in the Neolithic Balkans, we find evidence that people were already experimenting with abstraction, with systems of signs, and with objects that went beyond the functional into the realm of the symbolic. The Vinca figurines stand as a challenge to the idea that civilization followed a single line of development from the Near East outward. Instead, they suggest multiple centers of innovation, some of which flourished and then faded into obscurity. Walking through the archaeological sites where the figurines were found, one can imagine the lives of those who made them. Houses stood in rows, their floors packed with clay, hearths glowing with fire, Farmers tended fields of wheat and barley, herders drove cattle across the landscape, and potters shaped clay into vessels and figurines. In the evenings, perhaps, families gathered around hearths where figurines stood in niches, watching with their impassive faces. Rituals may have unfolded in communal spaces, with figurines placed in lines or circles, their geometric eyes staring as participants sang, danced, or spoke incantations. The figurines were not merely objects. They were presences in the daily and spiritual life of the community. Yet the meaning of the undeciphered symbols continues to haunt us. Each line and cross, each chevron and spiral seems to whisper of a language we cannot hear. Were they names, marks of ownership, invocations of gods, or simply patterns without linguistic content? Their repetition suggests purpose, but their silence denies certainty. They remain one of the great unsolved puzzles of prehistory, a script that almost was, a writing that stops just short of speech. In the end, the Vinca figurines are powerful not because we understand them, but because we do not. Their strangeness compels us to imagine, to speculate, to reach beyond the limits of certainty. They remind us that the past is vast and varied, full of paths not taken and experiments lost. They are, in a sense, monuments to possibility, evidence that human creativity has always been broader than the narratives we impose on it. The figurines of Vinca sit today in museums across southeastern Europe, displayed behind glass, illuminated by modern lights. Yet they carry with them the weight of millennia, the lives of people who built houses, tilled fields, and carved symbols into clay. They connect us to a world both familiar and alien, a world where the boundaries between art, ritual, and writing blurred. Their geometric faces and undeciphered signs still stare outward, challenging us to understand but resisting full comprehension. As we step away from their story, the sense of mystery lingers. The Vinca figurines remain on their shelves, fragments of a vanished world, their meaning locked within shapes and symbols that defy translation. They are reminders that history is not a straight line, but a web of possibilities, some of which vanish, leaving only enigmatic traces. The story of the Vinca culture ends in decline, yet the figurines they left behind continue to speak across the ages, not in words, but in forms that compel us to wonder. The first thing one notices when setting foot on Bolshoi Zayatsky is the sound of the sea. The White Sea surrounds the island on every side, its tides pushing and pulling against the rocky shores in a rhythm that has continued unchanged for thousands of years. This island, one of the Solovetsky group in the far north of Russia, lies just below the Arctic Circle. It is small, scarcely 2 square kilometers in size, yet it contains one of the greatest archaeological mysteries of Europe. Scattered across its surface are dozens of stone labyrinths, spiraling designs carefully laid out by human hands. They wind inward in long coils, their entrances opening to single paths that twist and turn until reaching the center. From the ground they are modest, low ridges of stone. From above they reveal themselves as intricate patterns unlike anything else in the Arctic world. Who built them, when, and for what purpose, remains unknown. The labyrinths are not hidden. They lie open on the surface, visible to anyone walking across the island. Some are only a few meters across, while others reach 20 or even 25 meters in diameter. The stones are not massive blocks, but small boulders and pebbles gathered from the shoreline, placed with patient precision into long lines. Each labyrinth forms a continuous path, winding back and forth until the walker arrives at the center. There are no false turns, no traps, no choices. Unlike a maze, a labyrinth offers one journey only, and the act of walking it is as important as the destination. Over 30 labyrinths have been counted on Bolshoi Zayatsky, along with more than 800 stone cairns, alignments, and other constructions. The density is astonishing. In northern Europe, labyrinths do occur in other places, on the coasts of Finland, Norway, and the Baltic, but nowhere else are they so concentrated. It is as if the entire island was dedicated to the creation of these forms, turning a remote Arctic outpost into a sacred landscape. The date of their construction is uncertain. Some researchers suggest that they may be as old as the Bronze Age, perhaps 3,000 years ago. Others argue that they are medieval, built a mere 700 or 800 years ago by fishermen or monks. The difficulty lies in the absence of datable material. The stones themselves cannot be radiocarbon dated, and no associated artifacts give a clear answer. Yet the sense of antiquity is strong. The weathering of the stones, the spread of lichens across them, and the layering of soil hint at great age. Still, without firm evidence, the labyrinths float in time, their chronology a mystery as tangled as their coils. Theories about their purpose are many, none entirely convincing. One practical explanation is that they were used as fish traps. The White Sea has long provided rich fishing grounds, and labyrinths near the shore could have guided fish into enclosures during tidal changes. But many labyrinths are far inland, well beyond the reach of tides. Moreover, their spiral patterns seem too elaborate for such a simple function. Another explanation is that they were children's games or community amusements. Yet the labor required to gather stones and lay them out so precisely argues against mere diversion. Something more serious seems to have been at work. A more compelling idea is that they were ritual structures. In many traditions, labyrinths symbolize journeys into the underworld, into the self, or into the realm of the gods. Walking their paths can serve as a form of meditation, initiation, or symbolic passage from life to death. Ethnographic parallels from Northern Europe suggest that labyrinths were sometimes associated with burial grounds or with rites of passage. On Bolshoi Zayatsky, the association is strong. The island contains hundreds of stone cairns thought to be graves, clustered near the labyrinths. The two types of monuments together suggest a funerary landscape, a place where the living enacted rituals for the dead. To walk a labyrinth is to feel its power. The path draws you inward, then turns you outward, then back again. Progress seems steady, yet deceptive. The center comes into view, then retreats. At last you arrive at the middle, a small circle where the lines converge. The journey is not difficult, but it is absorbing, almost hypnotic. One can imagine mourners walking these paths in ancient times, perhaps chanting or carrying offerings, enacting the passage of the soul from the world of the living to the realm beyond. The labyrinth may have served as a guide, ensuring that the spirit reached its destination without becoming lost. Another theory links the labyrinths to the cycles of nature. In lands near the Arctic Circle, the sun's movements dominate life. Summers bring endless light, winters bring endless darkness. The spiral form may have represented the sun's path across the sky, looping ever onward through the seasons. Walking the labyrinth could have been a ritual of renewal, connecting human life to cosmic rhythms. Alignments of certain labyrinths with sunrise and sunset on solstices lend some support to this idea, though the evidence remains tentative. The presence of so many labyrinths suggests continuity of tradition. They were not built all at once, but accumulated over generations. Each new labyrinth repeated the pattern, slightly varied, yet faithful to the idea of the winding path. This repetition indicates that the symbol carried deep meaning for the community. Whether linked to death, to the sun, or to some other belief, the labyrinth was central to their worldview. Bolshoi Zayatsky is not an easy place to live. Its soil is thin, its winters long, its resources limited. Yet people came here to build labyrinths. That alone speaks to their importance. The island was transformed into a ceremonial center, its barrenness turned into sacred ground by the labor of stone. The builders left no writing, no inscriptions to explain themselves, only the stones themselves as their message. When Russian explorers described the labyrinths in the 18th century, they were astonished. Local fishermen called them Babylons, associating them with confusion and wonder. Some believed they trapped evil spirits. Others thought they brought good fortune for fishing. Folklore mingled with archaeology, and the mystery deepened. Even today, visitors debate their meaning, adding modern interpretations to layers of older speculation. The labyrinth as a symbol has long fascinated humanity. From the myth of the Minotaur in ancient Crete to the carved patterns on Mediterranean rocks, from Native American sand paintings to medieval cathedral floors, the labyrinth recurs across cultures. Its meaning shifts. Sometimes it is a prison, sometimes a path of salvation, sometimes a symbol of cosmic order. That people on a small Arctic island created dozens of them suggests that the symbol's appeal is universal. It may be that humans everywhere are drawn to the idea of the winding path, the journey that is both confusing and purposeful, leading always to a center. Standing among the labyrinths of Bolshoi Zayatsky today, the scene is haunting. The sea is near, the wind constant, the sky vast. Around you, the stones curl in perfect spirals. Some are nearly overgrown with grass, others stand clear on bare rock. To walk them is to participate in an ancient ritual, even if its original meaning is lost. Each step follows a pattern laid down centuries or millennia ago, binding the present to the past. Archaeologists continue to study the labyrinths, but answers remain elusive. Excavations have revealed little in the way of artifacts. No tools, no offerings, no bones lie within the stones. The labyrinths resist interpretation, offering only their form, yet perhaps that is their essence. They are not messages to be decoded, but experiences to be enacted. Their meaning is in the walking, not the reading. The comparison with medieval labyrinths is tempting. In European cathedrals such as Chartres, labyrinths were laid in stone on the floor, walked by pilgrims as symbolic journeys to Jerusalem or to heaven. Could there be a connection between those and the Arctic labyrinths? The time gap is immense, but the similarity of form is striking. Perhaps the labyrinth is a human invention that arises independently wherever people seek to embody journeys in space. Or perhaps ideas traveled farther than we think, moving across trade routes and cultural contacts, even to remote northern islands. The landscape of Bolshoi Zayatsky itself adds to the effect. The island is low and flat, covered with tundra vegetation. In summer, wildflowers bloom among the stones and the sun lingers late in the sky. In winter, snow and ice cover the labyrinths, hiding them until spring. The contrast of seasons mirrors the contrast of life and death, light and dark, outward path and inward path. Perhaps the builders chose this island precisely because its landscape reflected their cosmology, a place where extremes meet and where journeys are marked in stone. Visitors often remark on the meditative quality of the labyrinths. To walk them is to slow down, to surrender to the path. The turns are gentle, the coils steady, the progress inevitable. In the modern world of haste and noise, the labyrinth offers calm. Yet for the ancient builders, the experience may have been more profound. Each turn could have symbolized stages of life, obstacles to be overcome, or stations of a ritual. At the center lay completion, perhaps death, perhaps rebirth, perhaps union with the divine. The labyrinth becomes a metaphor in stone, one that does not need words to convey its power. The mystery of the labyrinths of Bolshoi Zayatsky is not merely academic. It touches something deep in the human psyche. We want to know why they were built, but we also feel their meaning even without explanation. They invite us to walk, to reflect, to imagine. In that sense, they succeed as monuments. They continue to shape experience long after their builders are gone. To this day, archaeologists and historians propose new theories. Some see them as maps of the sea, guiding sailors through treacherous waters. Others imagine them as games for youths, teaching patience and endurance. Still others hold fast to the funerary interpretation, seeing in them the final paths of the dead. None of these theories can be confirmed. Perhaps all are partly true, and the labyrinths served multiple functions across centuries. The very multiplicity of possibilities keeps them alive as mysteries. Leaving the island, the image of the spirals lingers in the mind. They are simple arrangements of stone, yet they embody complexity beyond measure. They remind us that human history is not only about kings and battles, or about cities and empires, but also about quiet rituals on remote islands, about patterns traced in stone under an Arctic sky. The labyrinths of Bolshoi Zayatsky stand as one of the most enigmatic legacies of prehistoric Europe. Fragile, obscure, yet profoundly human. Their story has no final answer. They remain on their island, coils of stone among grass and lichen, open to the sea and sky. They invite us to walk, to wonder, to accept that not all mysteries are meant to be solved. Perhaps that is their true meaning, to remind us that life itself is a labyrinth, a path winding through turns we cannot always understand, leading us forward, always forward, toward a center we cannot yet see. On the island of Gozo, just a short ferry ride from Malta, stands a monument that confounds time itself. Weathered limestone walls rise against the sky. Their stones so massive that some weigh up to 50 tons. They are not arranged in rough heaps, but in carefully designed curves and chambers, forming one of the oldest known temple complexes in the world. This is Ggantija, a name derived from the Maltese word for giant, and for good reason. To stand before it is to feel dwarfed not only by the size of its stones, but by the audacity of its builders. These temples were raised more than 5,000 years ago, long before the pyramids of Egypt, long before Stonehenge, long before metal tools were available to shape or move such blocks. They remain among the most astonishing achievements of the Neolithic world. The impression begins with the walls. Built from local limestone, they tower more than 6 meters in height in places. The outer walls curve gently, enclosing a space that leads into 2 adjoining temple structures. Each temple contains a series of apses, semicircular chambers branching off from a central passage. The layout is not random, but carefully planned, following a cloverleaf pattern repeated across Maltese megalithic architecture. Within these spaces, archaeologists have found altars, carved decorations, and traces of ritual activity. The design suggests that the builders had a clear concept of sacred architecture, refined and executed with astonishing skill. The stones themselves are astonishing. Some are small enough for teams of people to move, but others weigh more than a modern truck. Without metal tools or wheeled vehicles, how could Neolithic builders have quarried, transported, and erected them? One theory is that they used round stones as rollers, levering blocks onto them and pushing them along prepared tracks. Another suggests the use of sledges dragged over greased timbers. The limestone of Gozo is soft when first cut, hardening upon exposure to air, which may have made shaping easier. Yet even with these techniques, the scale of the work boggles the mind. The builders of Ggantija were not simply subsistence farmers, they were engineers and visionaries. The age of the temples adds to their mystery. Radiocarbon dating places their construction between 3600 and 3200 BCE, centuries before the pyramids of Giza and at least a millennium before Stonehenge. This makes them some of the oldest freestanding stone monuments on Earth. To imagine people at that time, without metal tools, without writing, organizing the labor to build such structures, challenges conventional assumptions about the development of civilization. Ggantija suggests that innovation and ambition were not confined to the great river valleys of Egypt and Mesopotamia, but flourished even on small islands in the Mediterranean. The purpose of the temples is equally intriguing. Archaeological evidence indicates ritual use. Animal bones found near altars suggest offerings, perhaps of goats or sheep. Small figurines, often interpreted as fertility symbols, hint at a cult of life and regeneration. Carvings of spirals and plant-like motifs decorate certain stones, reinforcing the impression of fertility and growth. The arrangement of apses, with their curved forms, may have symbolized the womb, turning the temple itself into an embodiment of fertility. Walking through the spaces, one feels the sense of enclosure, of entering a sacred body that nurtures life. Legends of giants surround the site. According to local folklore, the temples were built by a giantess who carried the stones from a nearby quarry while nursing a child. Such stories reflect the awe the monuments inspired. For generations, people could not imagine that ordinary humans could have built such colossal structures. The name Ggantija itself preserves this belief, linking the site to beings larger than life. In this way, folklore became a bridge between the Neolithic builders and later inhabitants, keeping the mystery alive even as the culture that created the temples vanished. The builders of Ggantija belonged to the Maltese Neolithic culture, a society that flourished on Malta and Gozo for more than a millennium. They lived in villages, farmed the land, and raised animals. Their pottery shows artistic flair, decorated with red ochre and incised patterns. They carved figurines from stone and clay, many of which depict corpulent female forms. These so-called fat ladies are often interpreted as fertility goddesses, though their true meaning remains debated. Whatever their significance, they reveal a culture deeply invested in symbolism and ritual. The decline of the temple-building culture around 2500 BCE remains a mystery. Some scholars suggest environmental factors, such as deforestation or soil exhaustion, may have undermined the society. Others propose cultural shifts, migrations, or even disease. Whatever the cause, the temples were eventually abandoned, left to weather in the Mediterranean sun. Yet their massive stones ensured survival. While wooden structures and smaller settlements vanished, Ggantija and other Maltese temples endured, silent witnesses to a vanished world. Archaeological excavations have revealed remarkable details. Within the temples, altars carved from single blocks still stand. In one apse, a massive stone slab features a hollow, perhaps used for libations or offerings. In another, upright slabs form niches that may have held sacred objects. The careful placement of stones suggests not only engineering skill but ritual symbolism. Certain stones may have been oriented to align with celestial events, such as solstices. While the evidence is not as clear as at sites like Newgrange in Ireland, the possibility of astronomical alignment adds yet another layer of sophistication. Walking through the temples today, one senses both the weight of stone and the weight of time. The walls, though weathered, still rise impressively. The curved apses lead the visitor inward, creating a rhythm of movement from chamber to chamber. Light filters through open spaces, striking certain stones with subtle emphasis. Though the roof is long gone, the effect of enclosure remains. The space feels intentional, sacred, designed to shape experience. It is easy to imagine processions, chants, offerings, and rituals unfolding within these walls. The artistry of the builders appears not only in scale, but in detail. Carved motifs of spirals, leaves, and abstract patterns adorn some blocks. These designs echo those found on pottery and figurines, suggesting a shared symbolic language. The spiral, common across Neolithic Europe, may have symbolized life cycles, eternity, or the path of the sun. To carve such symbols into the very fabric of the temple reinforced their meaning, embedding cosmology into architecture. The significance of Ggantija within the broader story of human civilization cannot be overstated. It challenges the notion that monumental architecture began only in the great civilizations of the Near East. Instead, it demonstrates that small island societies were capable of extraordinary achievements. The builders of Ggantija organized labor, developed engineering techniques, and created sacred architecture centuries before many other cultures attempted such feats. In this sense, Malta was a cradle of innovation, a place where the human impulse to build on a massive scale found early expression. The survival of the temples is itself remarkable. Exposed to salt air, wind, and rain, the limestone has suffered erosion, yet the core structures remain. Modern conservation efforts aim to protect them, limiting visitor numbers and stabilizing stones. Without such efforts, the monuments would gradually crumble. Yet even in ruin, their impact would endure. The sheer mass of the stones ensures that traces of Ggantija will remain long after modern buildings have vanished. Visitors to Gozo often describe a sense of awe. The temples rise above the surrounding landscape, commanding attention. To walk among stones so old, so massive, so carefully arranged, is to feel a direct connection to the deep past. Unlike the polished grandeur of later civilizations, Ggantija speaks in raw power. Its stones are rough-hewn, its forms simple yet immense. The effect is elemental, as if the builders sought to harness the forces of the earth itself. Legends of giants aside, the human story behind Ggantija is perhaps even more impressive. These were not superhuman beings, but ordinary people, farmers and herders, who organized their community to achieve something extraordinary. Their success demonstrates what humans can accomplish with determination, cooperation, and vision. They remind us that even without advanced technology, human societies have always reached beyond the immediate needs of survival to create monuments that express belief, identity, and hope. In museums on Malta, figurines and artifacts from Ggantija offer glimpses into the symbolic world of its builders. The so-called fat ladies stand with rounded forms, their heads often small or absent, their bodies exaggerated in fertility. Pottery decorated with red ochre shows aesthetic refinement. Stone tools, though simple, reveal craftsmanship. Together, they paint a picture of a culture that balanced practical life with symbolic expression. Ggantija was the culmination of that balance, the grandest statement of their worldview. The comparison to later monuments is inevitable. Stonehenge, begun 1,000 years later, used stones weighing up to 40 tons, yet Ggantija predates it by centuries. The pyramids of Giza, though far larger, were built more than a millennium later. In this sense, Ggantija stands at the forefront of megalithic architecture, a pioneer in the human impulse to build in stone. That it arose on a small island underscores the universality of that impulse. Wherever people settled, they dreamed of building monuments that outlasted them. The decline of the temple culture remains poignant. After centuries of achievement, the society that built Ggantija faded. Later cultures occupied Malta, bringing new traditions and new gods. Yet the temples remained, ruins among the fields, inspiring awe and legend. When the Knights of St. John ruled Malta in the 16th century, they too marveled at the ruins, recording their astonishment. The continuity of wonder stretches from Neolithic builders to medieval knights to modern visitors. Today, Ggantija is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognized for its global significance. Conservation shelters protect parts of the complex, while interpretive centers explain its history. Yet the stones themselves remain the central experience. To stand before them is to confront a mystery older than writing, older than most civilizations. Their meaning may never be fully known, but their presence is undeniable. What survives in Ggantija is not only stone, but the human spirit of creation. The builders may have sought to honor gods, to ensure fertility, to mark cosmic cycles, or to unite their community. Whatever their purpose, they succeeded in creating a monument that transcends time. The stones they raised still rise 5,000 years later, challenging us to imagine their world. Leaving the temples, one carries the image of those massive walls, curving and enclosing, their stones weathered yet immovable. They remind us that the past is not gone but present, written in landscapes and monuments. The Ggantija Temples remain among the greatest archaeological finds that should not exist, yet they do, silent, enduring, a dialogue between human ambition and the earth itself. The first impression is not of size, nor even of mystery, but of surface. Imagine walking across a patch of Scottish hillside and finding the ground patterned like no other. Hundreds upon hundreds of carved spirals, circles, and indentations spread out before you, each etched into the living rock. This is the Cockno Stone, a prehistoric creation near Clydebank, west of Glasgow, measuring more than 40 feet across and carrying the largest known collection of cup and ring markings in Europe. What makes the stone striking is not only the sheer number of carvings, but the sense that they were never meant to be scattered. Instead, they form an almost overwhelming design that defies simple explanation. The surface is crowded, as though generations of people return to the same slab to leave their marks, each new circle or groove layered on top of the earlier ones. Some spirals are neat and measured, turning inwards with a precision that would not look out of place in later art. Others wander, as if the hand that carved them was less interested in symmetry than in motion. Around many of the cut marks are rings, sometimes single, sometimes double, sometimes 5 or 6 in succession. Like ripples frozen into stone. Channels connect them, suggesting pathways or flowing water. To stand above the Cockno Stone is to see a prehistoric canvas, one too large to grasp at once and too intricate to forget. The carvings belong to a style found across Atlantic Europe, stretching from northern Spain to Scotland and usually dated to the Neolithic or Bronze Age. Yet no other single stone carries so dense a collection. When it was first recorded in the 19th century, surveyors were stunned at its scale. They measured, drew, and puzzled over it, proposing meanings ranging from boundary markers to ritual centers. The most persistent idea, however, was that the Cockno Stone might be a map, perhaps of stars above or landscapes below. Its spirals could resemble constellations, its channels, rivers, or pathways, its crowded surface a reflection of how people saw the world. For centuries, the stone lay exposed on the hillside, and the people of the surrounding villages knew it well. But as the modern age advanced, problems arose. By the early 20th century, local children were said to play on its carved surface, and visitors sometimes cut new names or symbols into the rock. By the year 1937, scholars feared the ancient designs would be lost to vandalism. In a decision both protective and controversial, the stone was deliberately buried under several feet of soil. For decades afterward, the Cockno Stone existed mostly in memory, hidden away beneath the earth while photographs and sketches circulated among archaeologists. What is remarkable is how that burial both preserved and transformed the site. While hidden, the stone avoided further damage from weathering or human interference. At the same time, its very absence encouraged speculation. Writers described it as a giant star chart, a prehistoric calendar, or even evidence of contact with cultures far away. Because few could see it, the Cockno Stone became a canvas for theories, each more ambitious than the last. When local memory faded, the site was almost legendary, a vast carved rock beneath the fields, waiting to be uncovered once more. The rediscovery came in stages. In the 1960s, a team briefly re-exposed part of the stone, but concern for preservation led them to rebury it again. Later, in the 21st century, archaeologists returned with new tools. In the year 2016, a project led by the University of Glasgow uncovered the entire surface, documenting it with high-resolution photography and three-dimensional scanning. For the first time in living memory, the public could see the full spread of spirals, cups, and channels across its 40-foot length. The excavation was temporary, designed not to leave the stone vulnerable. After weeks of study, the soil was pushed back once more, leaving digital images as the primary record. Those images revealed details invisible to earlier surveyors. Every groove was captured in measurable form, allowing comparisons with other carved stones across Britain and Europe. Some patterns appear unique to the Cockno Stone, while others link it to carvings in Ireland or northern England. The density is extraordinary, over 90 spirals, more than 400 cup marks, and dozens of radial channels. It is a collection far greater than any other known site, raising the question of why this particular slab of rock was chosen and carved so extensively. One suggestion is that the Cockno Stone acted as a ceremonial gathering point. Its surface may have been a stage for ritual, with the carvings representing connections between people, land, and sky. Another idea is more practical. The stone may have served as a territorial marker, signaling ownership of the surrounding valley. Yet the scale argues against such a simple function. Few boundaries require hundreds of rings and channels carved with care over generations. The effort involved suggests a deeper significance, one that goes beyond property or politics. The star chart theory remains popular. Supporters note that several groups of rings align with prominent constellations. For example, some clusters bear resemblance to the Pleiades, while others echo Orion's belt. The channels could be imagined as pathways between stars. Yet critics warn that the human eye is quick to find patterns, especially in dense designs. Almost any cluster of circles could be matched to a constellation if one looks long enough. Without clear evidence of intentional alignment, the star chart interpretation remains attractive but unproven. Another possibility is that the carvings symbolize journeys of a different kind. The repeated motif of a central cup surrounded by rings may represent wells, springs, or sources of life. The channels then could mark streams or rivers. In a landscape where water determined survival, mapping it in stone would make sense. But again, certainty is elusive. No one can say for sure what the makers of the Cockno Stone sought to express. What fascinates researchers is the longevity of attention the stone received. Unlike many carved rocks that carry a handful of markings, the Cockno Stone accumulated layer upon layer of design. That suggests it was revisited across centuries, perhaps even millennia. Each new carving was not placed randomly, but added into the existing field, maintaining a dialogue with what was already there. The surface is not static but cumulative, recording a tradition that survived far longer than any single human lifetime. This cumulative nature leads some to suggest that the stone was less an artwork and more a process. The act of carving may have been as important as the finished design. To gouge a new cup, to trace a ring around it, to connect it with a channel, these actions could themselves have been ritual, repeated again and again as part of seasonal gatherings or rites of passage. The stone thus served not merely as record but as participant, a medium through which people enacted their relationship with land and sky. When the three-dimensional scans were released to the public, they allowed something new, the chance to explore the Cockno Stone virtually, without disturbing the original. People across the world could rotate, zoom, and study the spirals in digital form. In some sense, the stone became even larger than itself, projected beyond Scotland to audiences far removed from the hillside where it rests. This paradox, An ancient object preserved by burial, yet resurrected by modern technology, adds to the aura that surrounds it. The Cockno Stone also sparks questions about memory and loss. When archaeologists reburied it after the 2016 project, they did so knowing that few may see it again in person. The choice to protect it beneath soil is practical, yet it creates a peculiar situation. The most impressive carved stone in Europe is hidden from view, existing for most people only as image and idea. In this way, it resembles other ancient wonders lost to time, whether through destruction, burial, or distance. The difference is that the Cockno Stone remains intact, waiting just beneath the earth, both preserved and withheld. To those who walk across the field above it today, nothing reveals the presence of such a vast carved rock. Grass grows evenly, and only a trained eye might point to where the surface lies buried. Yet beneath their feet stretches a prehistoric artwork on a scale unmatched, a reminder that landscapes often conceal more than they show. Speculation about its makers continues. Who carved the first cup? Was it an individual, striking stone with a flint or harder rock to leave a mark that others copied? Or was it a community act from the beginning, with multiple people carving at once? The tools would have been simple, yet the persistence required to cut deep spirals into hard stone suggests dedication. Some carvings reach several centimeters in depth, meaning hours of repeated effort for a single groove. Multiply that by hundreds of marks, and one begins to sense the vast human labor embodied in the Cockno Stone. Equally intriguing is the question of why it eventually ceased. Did people stop carving because the stone was considered complete, or because traditions changed? Was it abandoned in favor of new sites, or did the practice of cup and ring marking itself fade away? Across Britain, the style appears to decline around the Bronze Age, replaced by different forms of art and monument. Perhaps the Cockno Stone marks the high point of a tradition that, once flourishing, then dwindled into obscurity. Modern visitors, even if they cannot see the stone directly, often reflect on what it means for something so vast to be both present and hidden. The very act of burial adds a layer of mystery, making the stone not just ancient, but inaccessible. It becomes a symbol for how the past lies beneath our feet, vast and intricate, yet usually unseen. The spirals carved thousands of years ago now lie in darkness, but their record endures in images and memories. It is tempting to imagine what future generations will do. Will they uncover it again, perhaps when new methods allow safe exposure, or will it remain buried, a treasure best preserved out of sight? The Cockno Stone raises questions not only about prehistory, but about how we choose to treat heritage today. To reveal or to conceal, to share or to protect, each decision shapes how the past is carried forward. In the end, the Cockno Stone resists final explanation. Its spirals can be read as stars, rivers, paths, or symbols of life itself. Its channels can be journeys of water or journeys of spirit. Its crowded surface can be seen as chaos or as design. Perhaps that ambiguity is its power. By refusing to give a single answer, the stone continues to provoke thought, wonder, and curiosity thousands of years after its carving. It waits now beneath its covering of earth, unseen yet not forgotten, preserved in both digital form and human imagination. The spirals remain there, carved into stone on a hillside in Scotland, still linked to questions of meaning and memory. Whatever its purpose once was, the Cockno Stone today serves as a reminder that the past is not silent but full of voices carved deep into the land. There are few landscapes in Europe where the very cliffs and boulders feel alive with stories. Yet in the valley of Val Camonica in northern Italy, the rock itself has been carved into a library of images so vast that it surpasses 140,000 individual figures. When one first hears that number, it can be difficult to imagine how could a single valley hold so many engravings, each carefully cut into stone, yet walk along its slopes and the answer becomes clear. Everywhere the eye rests, there are marks, figures and scenes, as if an entire world was written across the rock faces. The engravings are not clustered in one place, but scattered across more than 2,000 separate panels. Some rocks carry only a handful of figures, while others are covered so densely that they seem like crowded pages from a book. There are humans with raised arms, deer with elongated antlers, plows cutting into fields, boats moving across imagined waters, and symbols that defy clear interpretation. The range is extraordinary, stretching from the earliest carvings of the Mesolithic era to additions made well into the Middle Ages. Val Camonica is not only one of the richest rock art sites in the world, it is also among the most continuous, recording human expression across thousands of years. It is said that the first people to note the carvings in modern times were local scholars during the 15th and 16th centuries. They observed strange figures on the rocks, but often assumed them to be natural forms or idle scratches. It was not until the 18th and 19th centuries that more systematic studies began, and even then the scale of the site was underestimated. Only in the 20th century, as archaeologists conducted thorough surveys, did the astonishing number of engravings become known. What makes Val Camonica so distinctive is the sheer variety of its images. The oldest figures, dating back perhaps to the 8th millennium before the Common Era, are simple outlines of animals, elk, deer, and other creatures once common in the forests of the Alps. Later carvings from the Neolithic period shift focus to agriculture, plows drawn by oxen, fields demarcated, and tools rendered in profile. Bronze Age panels introduce scenes of combat, warriors holding shields and swords, some in apparent duels, others in larger groups. Still later come iron smelting furnaces, ladders, even stylized maps of settlements. Across this immense range, one theme recurs with remarkable persistence: the human figure, arms raised. Scholars debate what it means. Some see it as an act of worship, perhaps arms lifted to the sky in supplication. Others argue it represents victory or exaltation. Whatever its meaning, the motif endures across centuries, making it a thread that ties together generations of artists separated by time but united by gesture. Equally fascinating are the symbols that resist interpretation. Certain engravings depict labyrinthine patterns, grids, or spirals with no obvious reference to daily life. One recurring figure resembles a solar disk, rays radiating outward. Another shows what could be astronomical alignments, perhaps indicating the movement of stars or seasons. Then there are images so abstract that no parallel can be drawn, mere lines and shapes that must once have carried meaning but now remain elusive. Val Camonica is not an isolated valley. It lies along routes that connected the Alps with the Po Plain to the south and the passes leading into Central Europe to the north. For millennia, people would have moved through this landscape, trading, herding, and traveling. The valley's rock faces thus became a kind of communal canvas where groups could inscribe their presence, record their rituals, or assert their identity. Unlike monuments built from stone blocks, which can be dismantled or repurposed, these carvings remained fixed in the landscape. To inscribe the rock was to make a mark intended to endure. In the year 1979, the significance of the site was recognized internationally when Val Camonica was declared the first UNESCO World Heritage Site in Italy. The designation acknowledged not only the number of carvings but their cultural depth, representing an unparalleled record of human activity across 10,000 years. Since then, scholars from around the world have visited the valley, conducting detailed studies, photographing and tracing panels, and building databases to catalogue the immense archive of images. Despite this effort, interpretation remains challenging. Take, for example, the frequent depictions of plows. On one level, these clearly reflect the importance of agriculture. Yet the way they are drawn, stylized, exaggerated, often repeated in long sequences, suggests they were not simple records of farming, but symbolic images, perhaps part of rituals to ensure fertility or abundance. Similarly, the combat scenes may not depict literal battles, but rather idealized displays of heroism or initiation. The engravings, then, oscillate between reality and representation, showing both the world as it was lived and the ideals through which it was understood. One of the most famous panels in Val Camonica is known as the Great Rock of Nquain. On its sloping surface are hundreds of figures, including a striking composition of deer with immense antlers, each branching elaborately across the rock. Between the antlers are smaller figures, perhaps symbolizing the integration of human and animal realms. Elsewhere on the same panel, warriors confront one another, their shields overlapping. The juxtaposition of animals and humans, ritual and conflict, creates a layered narrative that resists simple summary. Another striking image is the so-called communion rose, a spiral-like figure thought by some to represent the sun. The design has become emblematic of the valley, even adopted as the official symbol of the Lombardy region. Yet its meaning remains uncertain. Is it a solar emblem, a symbol of life cycles, or something entirely different? Its very ambiguity contributes to its power, allowing it to stand for the mystery and richness of the site as a whole. The process of creating these engravings was laborious. Artists pecked into the rock with harder stones, striking repeatedly to remove small chips and gradually shape lines and figures. The work could take hours or even days for a single figure. Over time, weathering smoothed the surfaces, giving the carvings a softened appearance, as though the rock itself absorbed the effort of those who made it. Today, walking across the panels, one can run a hand along the grooves and feel the persistence of human labor inscribed in stone. Because the engravings cover such a long period, they also record cultural changes. Early figures show hunting and wild animals, reflecting a subsistence based on gathering and pursuit. Later images emphasize agriculture and domestication, marking the transition to settled life. Bronze Age engravings highlight metallurgy and weaponry, indicating new technologies and social structures. The sequence is like a visual chronicle, capturing not just events but shifts in how communities defined themselves. Yet it would be misleading to view Val Camonica as merely a documentary record. The images are not straightforward illustrations but symbolic works, layered with meaning beyond literal reference. Consider the repeated scenes of dueling warriors. While they may recall actual contests, their stylization suggests they were also myths or archetypes, figures standing for concepts of bravery, strength, or ritual combat. Similarly, the images of deer may not just reflect hunting but also spiritual beliefs in the power of animals, their antlers evoking fertility, growth, or cosmic cycles. Modern technology has transformed how researchers approach the site. High-resolution photography, three-dimensional scanning, and digital tracing have allowed scholars to capture details invisible to the naked eye. Some engravings nearly erased by weather can be reconstructed digitally, revealing patterns long thought lost. Databases now allow comparisons across thousands of figures, showing how certain motifs spread or evolved. Yet even with these tools, many questions remain unanswered. The challenge of interpretation lies partly in the absence of accompanying text. Unlike Egyptian hieroglyphs or Mesopotamian cuneiform, the Val Camonica engravings do not come with explanatory inscriptions. They are pure images, divorced from words, and thus open to multiple readings. Scholars must rely on context, ethnographic parallels, and comparative study, but certainty is rare. This openness, however, is also part of the site's allure. Each visitor can bring their own perspective, finding meaning in the shapes carved into stone. What is perhaps most extraordinary is how the valley became a continuous canvas across millennia. Generations returned to the same rocks, adding new figures alongside old ones. The result is a palimpsest, a layering of images where time itself is inscribed. Some panels contain carvings separated by thousands of years, yet to the modern eye they appear together, united in stone. This continuity gives Val Camonica a sense of timelessness, as though human expression has been flowing uninterrupted for 10 millennia. At times, the engravings seem almost modern in their abstraction. Certain geometric figures, grids, concentric circles, intersecting lines could easily be mistaken for 20th century art. Others resemble maps, perhaps schematic representations of fields or enclosures. Still others suggest astronomical or calendrical systems. The diversity ensures that no single explanation suffices. The carvings resist reduction to one theme or function. They are as varied as the lives of the people who made them. Visitors to Val Camonica today can walk among several open-air parks where panels are displayed. Pathways wind through woods and meadows, leading to rocks covered in engravings. There is a quiet intimacy in standing before them, knowing that thousands of years ago others stood in the same place, striking stone with stone to leave their marks. The figures, though ancient, remain immediate, their forms recognizable across the gulf of time. In contemplating the petroglyphs, one realizes they are both local and universal. They belong to the communities that made them, reflecting their particular landscapes and beliefs. Yet they also speak to a broader human impulse to leave marks, to shape meaning in durable form. From cave paintings in France to petroglyphs in the Americas, the urge to inscribe symbols in stone is widespread. Val Camonica stands as one of the most extensive examples of this shared human practice. At times, scholars have wondered whether certain panels record specific historical events. Could a battle scene reflect an actual conflict remembered by the community? Might a map-like engraving represent a real settlement? While possible, the difficulty lies in verification. Without corroborating evidence, such interpretations remain speculative. What can be said with confidence is that the engravings encode values, rituals, and structures of thought, even if the precise details are lost. The endurance of the petroglyphs across centuries is striking. While civilizations rose and fell elsewhere, while kingdoms fought and empires crumbled, the people of Val Camonica continued to carve. Through the time of the Etruscans, through the dominance of Rome, through the Middle Ages, the valley's rocks received new figures. Each generation found meaning in the act of engraving, even if their reasons differed. This continuity is rare in human history and contributes to the site's singular importance. To stand among the rocks today is to feel that continuity. The figures may be ancient, but the impulse behind them, the desire to record, to express, to leave a mark, remains familiar. The raised arms, the antlered deer, the labyrinths, and suns, all speak across time, inviting reflection on what it means to create symbols that outlast generations. The Valley of Val Camonica thus offers more than archaeology. It offers a meditation on time, expression, and endurance. The engravings are not merely relics of the past, but part of an ongoing dialogue between humans and their landscape. Their survival into the present allows us to participate in that dialogue, to see in stone the persistence of meaning across millennia. The rock art of Val Camonica is often described as Europe's largest open-air museum, yet it is more than a museum. It is a living archive, etched into the land itself, impossible to move or contain. Its scale defies ownership. Its variety defies singular interpretation. It is both specific and universal, both local to a valley in northern Italy and expansive in its human resonance. When the sun sets across the Alps and the valley falls into evening, the figures remain upon the rocks, unchanging yet filled with change. They have weathered ice, rain, and centuries of human passage, and they will likely persist long after the present age. In their endurance lies their mystery, and in their mystery lies their enduring power. The story of Val Camonica is complete in itself, yet it also points outward, reminding us that there are other places where stone holds secrets, where engravings, carvings, or monuments preserve traces of worlds long past. From Italy's Alpine Valley to other landscapes scattered across the earth, the urge to inscribe meaning remains a constant of humanity. It begins with a hole in the floor. In the year 1963, a man in the Cappadocian town of Derinkuyu knocked through a wall of his home and discovered a hidden chamber. At first it seemed an odd storage space, then a passage leading downward, and then, astonishingly, a whole network of rooms. What he had stumbled upon was not a cellar, but the entrance to an underground city, vast enough to have once housed thousands of people. The discovery of Derinkuyu felt less like finding a ruin and more like uncovering an entire world buried beneath the earth. Step inside, and corridors stretch away in dim curves. Chambers open out in every direction, some large enough to hold crowds, others narrow and low, forcing visitors to bend. At its deepest points, the complex descends more than 280 feet below ground, layer upon layer of carved rock forming a subterranean labyrinth. Scholars now estimate that up to 20,000 people could have taken refuge here, complete with their animals, food stores, wine presses, and even schools. What makes Derinkuyu extraordinary is not only its size, but its sophistication. Ventilation shafts rise from deep levels to the surface, ensuring a steady flow of air. Wells provided water from underground sources, safe from contamination by attackers above. Enormous circular stone doors, some weighing more than half a ton, could be rolled across passageways to seal off sections of the city. In these features, one senses the mindset of its builders, not merely creating shelter, but designing a fortress, a hidden refuge capable of sustaining life for extended periods of siege or flight. The volcanic rock of Cappadocia makes such carving possible. The region's soft tuff, formed by ancient eruptions, can be cut with relative ease, yet hardens upon exposure to air. Over millennia, people of the region discovered they could carve out caves, churches, and entire complexes. The landscape above ground is dotted with cone-shaped rock formations and valleys where countless openings reveal hidden interiors. Derinkuyu, however, surpasses all others in depth and scale. Archaeologists debate when the city was first begun. Some propose early Phrygian builders around the 8th or 7th centuries before the Common Era. Others suggest that Hittite communities, facing invasions as early as the 2nd millennium before the Common Era, may have carved the first levels. Later generations expanded the complex, with Byzantine Christians thought to have developed many of the deeper chambers as refugees during periods of Arab-Byzantine conflict. Because the rock itself carries no inscriptions or datable materials, certainty is elusive. Yet the result is clear: a structure used and reused across centuries, adapted to the needs of successive communities. Inside, the functions of different spaces reveal themselves. There are stables where animals could be kept, troughs carved directly into the floor. There are long, low-ceilinged rooms where grain could be stored, and wine presses where grapes were crushed and fermented underground. There are kitchens with blackened ceilings from centuries of smoke, and living quarters arranged in clusters. Larger chambers with benches carved into the rock may have served as meeting halls or schools. One even appears to have been a church, its apse and nave still recognizable in stone. The engineering is impressive. To maintain air quality, nearly 600 ventilation shafts connect different levels, some extending to the surface. Their placement ensured circulation throughout the labyrinth, preventing suffocation even when thousands were crowded inside. Wells tapped into aquifers, and in some cases they could be sealed from below to prevent poison from being introduced from the surface. Passages between levels were deliberately narrow and steep, designed so that defenders could hold off intruders. The great stone doors could be rolled shut and locked from the inside, turning the city into a sealed fortress. The purpose of such a city becomes clearer in light of Cappadocia's history. The region lies at a crossroads of empires, often vulnerable to invasions. From Persian armies to Arab raiders, from Mongol incursions to local feuds, centuries of conflict made safety precarious. In such a context, an underground city was not a curiosity, but a necessity. When danger approached, entire communities could vanish beneath the earth, invisible to enemies, secure behind stone doors, sustained by their own resources until it was safe to re-emerge. Accounts from Byzantine times describe Christians fleeing Arab raids, and Derinkuyu may have been one of the places where they hid. Later, during the Seljuk and Ottoman periods, the underground cities of Cappadocia continued to be used as refuges. Oral traditions among locals long spoke of hidden places beneath their towns, though the scale was scarcely imagined until rediscovered in the 20th century. Walking through Derinkuyu today, one can trace the logic of defense. At certain points, passages narrow to single-file width, forcing intruders to advance one at a time. Overhead holes allowed defenders to attack from above with spears or boiling oil. The heavy stone doors could isolate invaders in dead-end corridors. These features show not only foresight but lived experience. This was a city built by people who knew real danger and shaped their refuge accordingly. Yet despite its defensive design, Derinkuyu was also a place of daily life. Evidence suggests people might have lived underground for weeks or even months at a time. The stables, kitchens, schools, and places of worship indicate not a temporary hiding place, but a fully functioning community, prepared for long stays. Imagine the sound of animals below ground, the smell of cooking fires, the murmur of children learning, the prayers spoken in underground churches. Life continued, only relocated into the earth. In some respects, Derinkuyu challenges our assumptions about ancient engineering. How did builders plan such depth and complexity without collapsing the structure? The volcanic tuff is forgiving, but stability at 280 feet requires careful design. The alignment of shafts, the distribution of weight, the management of ventilation all suggest a high level of architectural knowledge passed down through generations. That such a system could evolve without written records, relying instead on tradition and practical experience, is remarkable. The rediscovery in the 1960s sparked fascination worldwide. Archaeologists, historians, and tourists alike were drawn to the idea of a hidden city beneath an ordinary town. Excavations revealed 18 levels, though only 8 are currently accessible to visitors. Even at that, the walk is overwhelming. Corridors twist and turn, leading deeper into the earth, past rooms whose original functions can only be guessed. The sense is not of ruins, but of a city paused in time, waiting for its residents to return. Speculation has always accompanied the site. Some writers suggest Derinkuyu may have served not only as a refuge, but also as a permanent settlement during harsh seasons. Others imagine it as a hub of secret religious groups, its underground churches supporting communities away from official oversight. More speculative voices go further, linking it to myths of subterranean civilizations, or even suggesting it was beyond the capacity of known ancient peoples, attributing it to lost cultures or outsiders. While such ideas stretch evidence, they reflect the awe inspired by the city's scale and mystery. What is beyond dispute is the human determination visible in every carved wall. To hollow out chambers large enough for thousands, to cut narrow stairs descending ever deeper, to bore ventilation shafts reaching to the surface, these tasks required immense labor. Generations must have contributed, each extending what their predecessors began. The city is not the work of one people at one time, but of many communities over centuries, all shaping the same subterranean refuge. The atmosphere inside today is cool and dry, with an almost constant temperature. Visitors often remark on how quickly the sense of depth takes hold. Even after descending only a few levels, the surface feels distant. Light is dim, supplied by modern fixtures, but the carved walls reveal ancient tool marks, the very strokes of chisels that created the rooms. In places, the ceilings are low, in others high and arched. The variety suggests adaptation, as though different generations responded to different needs. In one chamber believed to be a school, benches are carved directly from stone, lining the walls. In another, niches for oil lamps remain. Wells descend through multiple levels, their shafts still carrying water. In churches, crosses are etched into walls, simple yet enduring. Each detail provides a glimpse of lives once lived underground, of faith, labor, and resilience. The name Derinkuyu itself means deep well, a fitting title for a place where life extended downward as much as upward. The people of Cappadocia built many underground cities, with at least 200 known across the region, but Derinkuyu remains the largest and most intricate. It represents the pinnacle of a tradition unique to this volcanic landscape, a fusion of geology and human ingenuity. One cannot help but reflect on the experience of entering such a place during a time of crisis. Perhaps lookouts spotted enemy riders approaching. Villagers would gather their animals, food supplies, and children, descending quickly through narrow passages. The great stone doors would roll into place, shutting off pursuit. Above, enemies might scour the land, finding only empty villages. Below, life continued, crowded, smoky, but safe. Days might pass, then weeks, until the danger receded and the people could emerge once more into sunlight. This rhythm of retreat and return may have shaped the culture of Cappadocia for centuries. Communities learned resilience, adaptation, and the ability to vanish when threatened. Unlike walled fortresses that stood as visible challenges, underground cities were invisible defenses, hiding rather than confronting, enduring rather than resisting directly. It is a strategy born of necessity, but one that left behind some of the most remarkable archaeological remains in the world. The rediscovery of Derinkuyu also transformed our understanding of ancient settlement patterns. It showed that people were not limited to the surface but could create sustainable environments underground. In a way, it expands the concept of city itself, not only streets and houses above ground, but entire communities below. It suggests that the human capacity for adaptation extends far beyond what we might assume, capable of transforming even the depths of the earth into habitable space. Today, Derinkuyu stands as a site of wonder, open to visitors who descend through its narrow stairways into vast halls and winding passages. It is a reminder that history often lies hidden, waiting to be uncovered in unexpected places. Beneath an ordinary home in a small town, one of the world's most extraordinary archaeological finds lay concealed for centuries, a testament to human ingenuity, fear, and resilience. The underground city does not answer every question. We still debate when it was first carved, who expanded it, and how exactly it was used across different centuries. Yet its very existence challenges our sense of what ancient communities could achieve. To carve out such depth and complexity, to create a space where thousands could live for months, to integrate defense, ventilation, water, and worship, all without modern machinery, is an accomplishment that commands respect. As one emerges from Derinkuyu back into daylight, blinking at the sudden brightness, the experience lingers. The ground beneath feels different, for now one knows that entire worlds can lie hidden below, layered with history, carved with purpose, and capable of sustaining life. The underground city of Derinkuyu is more than a curiosity. It is a monument to endurance, adaptation, and the hidden capacities of human society. Its chambers remain, carved in stone, stretching downward through the earth, a city waiting, preserved by darkness. It is an archaeological find that should not exist, yet it does, and it continues to astonish all who step into its depths. The story of Derinkuyu ends where it began, with a hole in a wall, an accidental discovery that revealed a hidden city. But discoveries rarely rest in isolation. Each one opens paths toward others. Each door in history leads onto corridors we have not yet explored. At the heart of a landscaped estate in Staffordshire stands a monument that seems, at first glance, to be merely decorative. It is a stone relief framed between pillars, showing a scene adapted from Nicolas Poussin's 17th century painting The Shepherds of Arcadia. 4 shepherd figures stand around a tomb, tracing the letters engraved upon its side, Et in Arcadia ego. But beneath this familiar scene lies something that has baffled scholars and amateurs alike for more than 2 centuries. Carved into the stone frame of the monument are 10 additional letters, evenly spaced and without explanation. O-U-O-S-V-A-V-V, and just below them, D-M. This is the Shugborough Inscription. Since its creation in the middle of the 18th century, the code has defied definitive interpretation. Theories have ranged from religious mottos to love ciphers, from Masonic secrets to hidden maps of treasure. Some have linked it to the Knights Templar, others to the Holy Grail, and still others to personal messages known only to the family who commissioned the monument. Despite generations of attempts, no one has ever offered an explanation that satisfies both linguists and historians. The monument itself was commissioned by Thomas Anson, a wealthy landowner who transformed Shugborough Hall into a grand estate filled with follies and classical sculptures. His brother, Admiral George Anson, had returned from a circumnavigation of the globe in the 1740s, bringing both wealth and stories of distant lands. Together, the Ansons reshaped their grounds into a landscape of symbolic monuments, each hinting at philosophical or esoteric themes. The Shepherd's Monument, as it is sometimes called, is the most famous of these, not because of its artistry, but because of the code etched upon it. The choice of Poussin's painting is itself significant. The Shepherds of Arcadia was long associated with the idea of hidden truths, particularly through the enigmatic phrase Et in Arcadia ego. This Latin motto has been variously translated as I am also in Arcadia, or even in Arcadia I exist, with I often taken to mean death. The image of rustic shepherds discovering a tomb suggested a meditation on mortality, but some later interpreters saw in it hints of deeper mysteries, perhaps even secret knowledge about sacred relics. To add another inscription beneath this already layered scene was to invite speculation. The sequence O-U-O-S-V-A-V-V with the terminal D-M is presented without spacing or punctuation. The D-M, however, is relatively straightforward. In Roman funerary inscriptions, the letters D-M stand for Dis Manibus, to the shades of the dead. This formula was carved on countless tombs across the Roman world. Its presence on the Shugborough monument reinforces the funerary theme of Poussin's scene, but the string of 8 letters above remains unexplained. Early interpreters suggested they might be an acrostic, with each letter standing for a word in a Latin phrase. Countless solutions have been proposed. Orator ut omnia sunt vanitas aeternum vivet veritas. Pray, as all things are vanity, truth lives forever. Or optimae uxoris, optimae sororis, viduus, amantissimus, vovit virtutibus. A most devoted widower dedicates this to the best of wives and sisters. Yet such expansions are highly speculative, and none has been proven through historical records. One theory suggests a personal dedication to Anson's wife or other family members, using private abbreviations meaningful only to them. Another proposes a Christian motto, such as out of one sacrifice, salvation via adoration, veneration virtue. Others see it as a puzzle designed deliberately to resist solution, a display of intellectual wit in the Enlightenment spirit of riddles and codes. The inscription has attracted attention from some of the most famous codebreakers in history. During the 20th century, scholars at Bletchley Park, who worked to decipher German codes in the Second World War, attempted to solve the Shugborough letters. Yet even their expertise failed to yield consensus. Each proposed solution seemed forced, stretching grammar or meaning beyond plausibility. The code resisted, as though carved not to be solved but to be contemplated. Theories linking the monument to the Knights Templar and the Holy Grail gained popularity in the late 20th century, especially after books like Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and later the Da Vinci Code brought such ideas into popular culture. Advocates pointed to Poussin's painting, rumored in some circles to contain hidden clues about sacred relics. They argued that the Ansons, connected to Masonic traditions, may have encoded a secret about the Grail's resting place in the letters. Yet these claims rely on conjecture rather than firm evidence. No documentation ties the Ansons directly to Grail legends, and the supposed connection between Poussin and Templar secrets remains tenuous. Another approach looks not at Latin, but at English. Some have suggested the letters represent the phrase, "out your own sweet way and venture virtue," a personal motto encouraging moral life. Others claim they abbreviate "our untold secret stays veiled as virgin vault," linking to romantic or esoteric themes. Again, the possibilities multiply without resolution. What is striking is how the monument continues to invite speculation centuries after it was carved. Its very brevity makes it endlessly flexible. 8 letters, open to any number of expansions, allow for infinite creativity. The temptation is irresistible, for to solve the inscription would feel like unlocking a message from the past, whispered across generations. The monument's physical presence enhances the mystery. Standing in the gardens of Shugborough Hall, it faces a reflective pool, framed by greenery. The stone surface carries the carved shepherds, their gestures fixed as they trace the tomb in Poussin's scene. Below, the cryptic letters rest, weathered but still sharp enough to be read. Visitors pause before it, their eyes moving between the shepherd's pointing fingers and the inscription beneath, as though the figures themselves are urging the viewer to decipher the code. Beyond speculation, the inscription tells us something profound about 18th century culture. The Enlightenment was an age of puzzles, codes, and symbolic landscapes. Wealthy landowners often filled their estates with monuments hinting at philosophy, history, or secret knowledge. Follies in the form of ruined temples, pyramids, or grottos were common. The Shepherd's Monument fits this context, combining classical art, moral reflection, and cryptic wit. Whether or not the code has a literal solution, its purpose may have been to provoke thought and conversation among visitors. The use of Latin abbreviations was also fashionable at the time. To inscribe enigmatic letters suggested learning and sophistication. Guests strolling through the gardens could pause, speculate on the meaning, and display their own erudition by proposing translations. The very act of debating the inscription became a form of cultured entertainment. In this sense, the code's unsolved nature may have been intentional, designed not to be cracked, but to stimulate perpetual discussion. Still, The persistence of the mystery suggests there may be more at stake. The Ansons were known for their interests in esoteric thought. Admiral George Anson's travels exposed him to diverse cultures, while Thomas Anson was part of circles fascinated by classical philosophy and Masonic symbolism. It is not impossible that the inscription hides a message of genuine personal or spiritual significance, known only to a small group. If so, its secret has been well kept. The DM at the bottom continues to puzzle scholars. While the funerary formula dis manibus seems straightforward, its juxtaposition with Poussin's scene raises questions. Why echo a Roman tomb inscription beneath a 17th century French painting, reproduced on an 18th century English estate? The layering of references suggests deliberate construction, weaving together classical antiquity, Renaissance art, and Enlightenment wit. The code OUOSVAVV, placed above DM, becomes part of this web of illusions, resisting isolation from its context. One fascinating detail lies in how the letters are carved. They are evenly spaced, without dots between them, unlike many Latin inscriptions. This suggests they are not meant as initials of separate words, but as a continuous string. Yet no Latin word fits the sequence, leading interpreters back to the idea of abbreviation. The precision of the carving shows care, indicating the letters were not an afterthought, but central to the monument's design. Over the years, amateur sleuths have proposed ever more creative solutions. Some link the letters to biblical verses, suggesting each stands for the initial of a word in a specific passage. Others turn to numerology, assigning values to the letters and seeking hidden patterns. A few even propose astrological meanings, seeing the sequence as a coded reference to celestial alignments. The sheer number of theories is itself testimony to the inscription's magnetism. Yet none of these explanations has achieved consensus. The Shugborough inscription remains firmly in the realm of the undeciphered. It stands among a small set of codes, like the Voynich manuscript or the Bibeel ciphers, that continue to resist solution despite centuries of effort. Its mystery is part of its allure. For as long as it remains unsolved, it invites new attempts, new speculation, and new engagement with history. For visitors today, the experience of standing before the monument is both grounding and unsettling. The garden is quiet, the estate carefully maintained, the figures of Poussin's shepherds familiar, but those 8 letters unsettle the calm, pointing beyond what can be explained. They remind us that history contains not only knowledge, but also enduring enigmas. The Shugborough inscription also highlights the interplay of art and code. Poussin's painting was already a meditation on mortality and meaning. To inscribe an undeciphered code beneath it transforms the image into something more, not merely a representation of shepherds reading a tomb, but a direct invitation to the viewer to read as well. The viewer becomes another shepherd, tracing letters that conceal rather than reveal. The act of interpretation becomes part of the artwork itself. Centuries have passed since the letters were carved, yet they remain as sharp a puzzle as ever. The Ansons are long gone, their estate now open to the public, but their enigmatic monument continues to draw attention. Scholars, tourists, and codebreakers alike still pause before it, wondering what message, if any, was intended. Perhaps the answer is simple, a phrase in Latin known only to its creators. Perhaps it is personal, a dedication to a loved one lost. Or perhaps it is deliberately unsolvable, a perpetual riddle embodying the Enlightenment delight in mystery. Whatever the case, the Shugborough inscription stands as a reminder that even in an age of reason, some puzzles are meant to remain. The monument's endurance tells its own story. Unlike books that fade or codes on paper that can be lost, the inscription carved in stone persists. It does not ask for resolution, but for reflection. Visitors may never agree on its meaning, but the act of pondering it, of joining the long line of those who have tried to solve it, is itself part of the experience. The letters OUOSVAVVDM are still there, waiting, weathered but clear, carved into the heart of Staffordshire. They invite us not only to decode, but to consider the power of symbols, the layering of art and history, and the enduring human fascination with mystery. The story of the Shugborough inscription closes not with solution, but with recognition that some questions linger across centuries, binding us to the past not by answers, but by wonder. The surprise came not from a single artifact, but from an entire set of objects buried deep beneath the soil of eastern China. When archaeologists began uncovering tombs in the Lingjiatan site of Anhui province during the 1980s, they expected traces of an ordinary Neolithic settlement. What emerged instead defied all expectations. Finely carved jade ornaments, ritual axes, pendants, and figures so sophisticated that they seemed to belong not to the Stone Age, but to the courts of dynasties millennia later. Some of the jades were shaped into discs known as bai, perfectly circular with central holes, polished to a level of refinement that even later craftsmen admired. Others took the form of kong, squared tubes with round interiors, their surfaces incised with stylized faces and motifs. There were axes with cutting edges so sharp and symmetrical that they seemed as much symbols of authority as tools. The remarkable part is their age. The Lingjiatan culture flourished between 3,300 and 2,300 years before the Common Era. That is nearly 5,000 years ago, long before the Shang or Zhou dynasties, long before the rise of Chinese bronze casting, long before written characters. Yet the jade objects uncovered at Lingjiatan rival, and in some cases surpass, those of later times. The presence of jade in itself is not unusual in Chinese archaeology. For millennia, the stone has been revered as more than a material. It has been considered a medium of virtue, purity, and cosmic power. But at Lingjiatan, the scale and artistry appear suddenly, as if from nowhere. More than 1,000 jade artifacts have been uncovered, many from elaborate burial contexts that suggest a stratified society with strong ritual traditions. The sheer perfection of the objects raises a question that has long fascinated scholars. How could Neolithic craftspeople, lacking metal tools, achieve such flawless workmanship? Jade is one of the hardest natural materials, ranking above steel in toughness. It cannot be carved with simple flint or polished with sand alone. To hollow the interior of a kong or pierce the center of a bai, workers would have needed specialized techniques, abrasive powders, cord drills, patient grinding that could take weeks or months. Each object represents an investment of time almost inconceivable, especially in communities still dependent on subsistence farming and hunting. That they devoted such effort to jade suggests its role went far beyond ornament. The tombs where the jades were found reinforce this impression. Many artifacts were deposited alongside human remains, often arranged with clear ritual intention. Some burials contained multiple bai discs stacked together, others paired kong tubes with symbolic axes. Certain tombs were richly furnished, while others contained little or nothing, indicating a hierarchy in which jade possession marked status and authority. The placement of the artifacts hints at beliefs in the afterlife, where jade acted as a conduit between the living and the spirits. One remarkable discovery was a jade figure shaped like a tortoise, its surface smooth, its form abstract yet deliberate. The tortoise would later become a powerful symbol in Chinese cosmology, associated with the north and with longevity. To find it already in use at Lingjiatan suggests that cosmological thought was developing far earlier than previously assumed. Another find, a jade mask with openings for eyes and mouth, evokes ritual performance, perhaps worn by shamans or chiefs during ceremonies. These objects are not mere decorations but windows into an emerging worldview. The broader context of Lingjiatan adds to the enigma. The site covers more than 1 square kilometer, with evidence of settlements, altars, and large tombs. It appears to have been a regional center, attracting resources and people from surrounding areas. Excavations revealed massive pits filled with burnt soil and ash, interpreted as sacrificial zones where offerings were made to deities or ancestors. Animal bones, stone tools, and jade fragments suggest complex rituals binding the community together. This was not a small farming village, but a society capable of organizing large-scale religious activity. The discovery of astronomical alignments deepened the mystery. Some of the tombs and altars at Lingjiatan are oriented towards solstices and cardinal directions, implying knowledge of celestial cycles. When paired with jade objects bearing abstract motifs, It raises the possibility that Lingjiatan elites were not only artisans and farmers, but also early sky watchers, linking their rituals to the rhythms of the cosmos. The Bai disc, with its circle and void, may symbolize heaven, while the square Kong may embody earth. Later, Chinese philosophy would embrace this very pairing, the round for heaven, the square for earth. But to see it so clearly foreshadowed in a Neolithic site challenges assumptions about when these ideas first emerged. Some archaeologists argue that Lingjiatan represents a bridge between early farming cultures of the Yangtze Basin and the later jade traditions of Liangzhu, a culture famous for its monumental Kong and Bai artifacts. Indeed, the resemblance between Lingjiatan and Liangzhu objects is striking, suggesting interaction or shared origins. But while Liangzhu's prominence is well documented, Lingjiatan remains more enigmatic, less understood, as if it were a precursor that suddenly appeared, produced wonders, and then faded. The technical mastery of jade at Lingjiatan is particularly puzzling when compared to other artifacts of the same period. Stone tools from the site are rough, utilitarian, consistent with Neolithic standards. Pottery, though serviceable, shows no comparable leap of refinement. Yet the jades stand apart, symmetrical, polished, and deeply symbolic. It is as if one sector of society concentrated its skill and labor on a single material, elevating jade above all else. Modern attempts to replicate Lingjiatan jade carving confirm the difficulty. Using only Neolithic technologies, experimental archaeologists find that drilling the hole of a single bee disc could take months of constant labor. To polish it smooth and achieve perfect symmetry would require even longer. That hundreds of such objects were created implies a system where specialists devoted their lives to the craft, supported by a society that valued jade so highly it could sustain such specialization. This challenges the traditional image of Neolithic communities as simple and egalitarian. Lingjiatan appears instead as a stratified society with elites, artisans, rituals, and long-distance connections. The connections themselves are intriguing. Analysis of jade sources indicates that some raw material at Lingjiatan came from distant regions, requiring networks of trade or exchange. To move jade across mountains and rivers in the Neolithic era would have required organization and negotiation. Such networks suggest not only wealth, but influence, with Lingjiatan leaders able to command resources from afar. Even more striking is how the jades anticipate later Chinese traditions. Thousands of years after Lingjiatan, during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, jade would be used in burials, rituals, and symbols of power. The square Kong and round Bai would become central to cosmology. The tortoise would remain sacred, its shell used in divination. To find these motifs already present in the 3rd millennium before the Common Era implies continuity of thought across immense stretches of time. Lingjiatan seems to prefigure ideas that would dominate Chinese culture for millennia. This raises questions that reach beyond archaeology. Did the people of Lingjiatan develop these symbols independently, or were they part of a wider network of cultural transmission across East Asia? Were their ideas about heaven and earth, life and death, already fully formed, or were they still emerging through ritual practice? And why, after such a flourishing, does Lingjiatan fade from the record, leaving only its jades as testimony? The mystery of disappearance is as compelling as the mystery of creation. By 2300 years before the Common Era, the site was abandoned, and its culture seems to vanish. Did climate change force migration? Did conflict or disease disrupt society, or did the community merge with others, carrying its traditions into later cultures like Liangzhu? Without written records, the answers remain speculative, yet the artifacts remain, undiminished in their perfection, reminders of a people whose skills outstripped expectations of their time. Standing before a Lingjiatan disc in a museum today, one feels a strange dissonance. The object looks timeless, almost modern in its clean lines, yet it was created 5 millennia ago without metal tools or advanced machinery. Its polish gleams, its circle is true, its central void smooth. It carries an elegance that speaks across the ages, defying assumptions about Neolithic simplicity. To see such craftsmanship is to realize that sophistication is not bound by chronology. It can emerge wherever human dedication and belief demand it. Some scholars argue that the jades represent not only artistry, but authority. To possess jade was to claim legitimacy as a leader, to embody the virtues associated with the stone: purity, permanence, moral integrity. In this view, Lingjiatan Jades were instruments of power, not mere ornaments. Chiefs and shamans who wielded them did so to demonstrate their connection to cosmic order, to show that their rule was sanctioned by forces greater than themselves. In later dynasties, jade would continue to serve this role, as emperors and nobles adorned themselves with it. Lingjiatan may mark the very beginning of this tradition of jade as a medium of authority. The idea that jade could bridge worlds, connecting earth with heaven, the living with the dead, is visible in how the artifacts were buried. The care with which discs were stacked, the precision with which tubes were placed, the pairing of axes and pendants, all speak of ritual order. These were not casual deposits, but deliberate acts, inscribing meaning into the grave. The dead of Lingjiatan were given tools not for labor, but for spiritual passage, objects that would signify their status in the world beyond. When modern archaeologists uncovered these burials, they stepped into that ritual space, interrupting yet also preserving the conversation between past and present. The jades now sit in glass cases, far from the soil where they were laid, yet they continue to speak. Each disc and tube carries not only its own history, but also the collective mystery of the culture that made it. The Lingjiatan Jades force us to reconsider the nature of progress. They show that Neolithic societies were capable of achievements we might otherwise associate with more advanced ages. They reveal that ideas central to Chinese civilization, cosmic dualities, ritual symbolism, jade as virtue, were already alive long before written history. They remind us that the line between simple and sophisticated is often an illusion. To walk among the Lingjiatan artifacts is to feel the persistence of human intention across 5,000 years. The jade tortoise still rests with its quiet strength, the discs still gleam with their polished surfaces, the tubes still embody the square and the circle. They have outlasted the society that made them, the dynasties that followed, and even the assumptions of modern scholars. They are fragments of a lost order, yet complete in themselves, as if carved not just for the Neolithic world, but for eternity. The story of the Lingjiatan Jades does not resolve neatly. It leaves us with questions about origins, about continuity, about the power of belief. But it also leaves us with wonder, for these objects embody the capacity of human hands and minds to reach beyond necessity, to craft beauty that transcends time. They are as mysterious as they are perfect, as ancient as they are enduring, a reminder that the past holds achievements we still struggle to fully comprehend. The Lingjiatan Jades remain, polished and eternal, carrying their secrets through centuries. They are among the greatest archaeological finds that should not exist, yet do, challenging everything we thought we knew about the Neolithic world. The beginning was nothing more dramatic than crop marks in a field. In the late 20th century, aerial surveys over Saxony-Anhalt in central Germany revealed faint outlines, discolorations in the soil forming circular patterns. To those accustomed to scanning landscapes from above, such marks often indicated buried structures or prehistoric enclosures. Yet when archaeologists examined the site near the town of Goseck, they uncovered something far older and far stranger than anyone expected. Beneath farmland lay the remnants of a vast wooden henge, built nearly 7,000 years ago, a construction that now stands as one of the oldest known solar observatories in the world. What the excavators revealed in the early 2000 years was a complex of concentric ditches and palisades. At the heart of the structure lay a circular space, more than 70 meters across, enclosed by wooden posts that once towered above those who entered. Two rings of palisades created an interior space accessible through gates aligned with precise points on the horizon. Beyond them, a wide ditch encircled the whole, its entranceways echoing those of the wooden walls. Together, ditch, palisade, and gates formed a monumental ring, simultaneously protective and symbolic. The most striking feature of the Goseck Circle is its alignment. Two gates are set to frame the sunrise and sunset on the winter solstice, while a third points due north. When the sun reached its lowest arc in the sky, its rays would shine directly through the southeastern gate in the morning and the southwestern gate in the evening. In this way, the builders created a calendar in wood and earth, a space where the cycle of the year could be observed and perhaps celebrated. It is a feat of planning and astronomical knowledge remarkable for a Neolithic farming community more than 2,000 years before the construction of Stonehenge. The people who built the Goseck Circle belonged to the Linear Band Ceramic culture, or LBK for short, one of the earliest farming societies in Europe. These communities settled in Central Europe around 5,000 years before the Common Era, cultivating wheat and barley, herding cattle, and constructing longhouses of timber and clay. They were not nomads, but pioneers of settled agriculture, shaping landscapes into villages and fields. That such communities also invested effort into constructing monumental enclosures speaks to their social organization and their cosmological concerns. Excavations at Goseck revealed post holes where thousands of wooden stakes once stood, forming the palisades. Radiocarbon dating placed the construction around 4,900 years before the Common Era. The scale of labor required is immense, felling trees, transporting timber, digging ditches, and erecting posts in precise alignments. This was not the work of a single family, but of a coordinated community, guided by leaders or ritual specialists who directed the effort. The purpose of the circle has provoked much discussion. The alignment to the winter solstice is too precise to be accidental. In northern climates, the solstice marked a turning point, the shortest day after which light would return. For agricultural societies dependent on seasonal cycles, recognizing this moment was crucial. To stand within the circle and see the sun framed by the gates would have signaled renewal, a promise that winter's hardship would give way to spring. Rituals may have been performed here, sacrifices made, songs sung, and fires lit as communities gathered to mark the rhythm of the heavens. The discovery of animal bones within pits at the site suggests offerings. In particular, evidence of cattle sacrifice connects the observatory to fertility and agricultural rites. Cattle were central to LBK life, providing meat, milk, and traction for ploughing. To sacrifice such valuable animals at the solstice indicates ceremonies of profound importance, binding cosmic order to human survival. Some scholars even propose that the rituals included human sacrifice based on skeletal remains found in unusual positions, though this interpretation remains debated. The Goseck Circle is not unique in concept, but unique in preservation. Across Central Europe, archaeologists have identified dozens of similar circular enclosures, known collectively as rondelles, dating from 4,800 to 4,600 years before the Common Era. Many were destroyed by later farming, but Goseck is among the best preserved and most thoroughly studied. Together, these rondelles suggest a widespread tradition of building solar-oriented enclosures, perhaps linked by shared beliefs or cultural networks across Neolithic Europe. Yet Goseck stands out for its clarity of design, with its gates perfectly framing the solstice sun. What astonishes many visitors is how such knowledge could have been achieved without written records or instruments. Yet skywatching is among the most ancient of human practices. By patiently observing sunrise and sunset across seasons, the builders would have recognized the shifting arcs of the sun, noting the extremes at midsummer and midwinter. By aligning posts and gates accordingly, they fixed these celestial moments into architecture. Their achievement demonstrates both careful observation and the ability to translate knowledge into monumental form. Walking through the reconstructed palisades today, rebuilt with timber posts to give a sense of scale, one feels enclosed in a space at once intimate and cosmic. The walls block out the surrounding fields, focusing attention on the horizon framed by the gates. The circle becomes a lens, channeling vision toward the rising or setting sun. In this way, architecture shapes experience, turning the simple act of watching the sun into a communal ritual charged with meaning. The circle also reflects power. To organize the construction of such a monument implies leadership capable of mobilizing labor and resources. Those who directed the building of Goseck may have been shamans, chiefs, or elders, figures whose authority rested on both spiritual and practical knowledge. By controlling access to the circle, they controlled access to the cosmic order it represented. Standing at the gates, announcing the return of the sun, they reinforced their position as mediators between heaven and earth. Beyond its immediate function, Goseck challenges our assumptions about Neolithic Europe. Often we imagine early farming societies as simple, focused only on survival. Yet the effort invested in monumental construction, the precision of astronomical alignment, and the complexity of ritual practice reveal a world far richer. These were communities deeply engaged with cycles of time, with the movement of the heavens, with the rhythms of life and death. Their architecture was not only practical, but symbolic, embodying their understanding of the cosmos. The rediscovery of Goseck has opened new windows into these prehistoric beliefs. Before the excavation, many scholars assumed that sophisticated astronomical observation began only with later civilizations, such as the Babylonians or Mayans. The rondels of Central Europe push the timeline back by millennia, showing that Neolithic farmers already tracked the sun with architectural precision. Goseck in particular demonstrates that such observation was not limited to individuals but embedded in communal monuments. The site also links Europe to broader patterns of megalithic construction. Across the continent, from Stonehenge in England to Newgrange in Ireland to passage graves in Scandinavia, monuments show alignments to solstices and equinoxes. Goseck, though older than many of these, shares the same impulse, to bind community life to celestial cycles through architecture. This suggests that skywatching and solar ritual were not isolated practices, but part of a widespread Neolithic worldview, connecting diverse cultures through shared attention to the heavens. The excavation and reconstruction of Goseck have transformed it into both an archaeological site and a place of modern reflection. Visitors now walk within the palisades, guided by signs explaining the solstice alignments. On the winter solstice itself, crowds gather to witness the sunrise and sunset framed by the gates, reviving in symbolic form the rituals of ancient farmers. The experience bridges past and present, reminding us that the movement of the sun continues to mark human life, even in an age of artificial light and digital clocks. In some respects, the modern gatherings at Goseck echo the original purpose of the site, to bring communities together, to mark transitions of the year, to affirm continuity. Yet the modern context adds another layer, for now the circle is also a symbol of archaeology, of the rediscovery of forgotten knowledge. It shows how the earth conceals secrets, how patterns visible only from the air can reveal structures lost for thousands of years. The Goseck Circle invites us to imagine what it felt like in its prime. Wooden posts would have towered high, their tops perhaps crowned with decorations. The gates would have framed not only the sun but processions of people entering for ceremonies. Fires may have burned within, drums or chants resounding, offerings made at altars. The circle was not merely an observatory, but a theatre of ritual, where cosmic order was enacted through human celebration. The bones of cattle unearthed at the site add to this picture. To slaughter such valuable animals at the solstice was to make a profound offering, seeking favor from the powers of fertility and renewal. These sacrifices connected the life of the herd to the life of the cosmos, binding human survival to celestial cycles. In this sense, the Goseck Circle was not only an observatory of the sun, but also a stage for negotiating the relationship between people, animals, and the heavens. Some researchers suggest that human sacrifice may also have occurred here. Skeletal remains found in pits, sometimes with unusual marks, hint at violent deaths. While evidence is limited, the possibility cannot be excluded. If true, it would underscore the intensity of belief, the conviction that life itself must sometimes be offered to secure cosmic favor. Yet even without such grim practices, the scale of animal sacrifice alone demonstrates the profound importance of the site. What makes the Goseck Circle extraordinary is the combination of precision and mystery. The alignment to the solstice is exact, yet the broader cosmology of its builders remains hidden. We can reconstruct the architecture, measure the gates, analyze the bones, but we cannot fully enter the worldview that gave rise to it. For them, the circle may have been more than a calendar. It may have been the axis of the world, the point where heaven and earth met, the place where life and death were negotiated. The endurance of the site across millennia speaks to the durability of human intention. Though the wooden posts decayed, their post holes preserved the pattern. Though the ditches filled with soil, their traces remained visible from above. Though the rituals ceased, their marks lingered beneath farmland until rediscovered. Goseck is a reminder that human actions, even in wood and earth, can leave traces that outlast ages. For archaeologists, the site is both a triumph and a puzzle. It expands our understanding of Neolithic Europe, yet it also raises questions that may never be answered. How did the builders coordinate such construction? What stories accompanied the rituals? What meanings did the gates and sacrifices hold in their minds? These questions remain open, yet they do not diminish the significance of the site. On the contrary, they heighten its power, for mystery invites reflection. To stand at Goseck today, especially on the solstice, is to feel connected not only to the Neolithic farmers who built it, but to all who have ever looked to the sky for meaning. The sun rising through the gate is the same sun that rose for them, the same turning point of the year. Across 5,000 years, the rhythm continues, binding present to past through the cycle of light and dark. The Goseck Circle is thus both an archaeological discovery and a philosophical reminder. It shows that long before written records, humans sought to anchor themselves in the cosmos, to create structures that reflected celestial order. It demonstrates that science and ritual were once inseparable, that observation of the heavens was bound to sacrifice and celebration. It teaches that even in the earliest farming communities, people were not only surviving, but also seeking meaning in the patterns of the world. The story of Goseck ends not with final answers, but with recognition of continuity. The circle remains, reconstructed in timber, framing the sun as it did 7,000 years ago. Its gates still open to the solstice, its ditches still trace their arcs. It is a monument to the persistence of human curiosity, to the power of communities to shape earth and wood into cosmic order. As we leave the circle, the horizon stretches outward, carrying the sun on its eternal path. The gates stand ready for the next rising, the next setting, the next generation to watch and wonder. Goseck reminds us that the search for meaning in the heavens is as old as agriculture, as enduring as the cycles of the sun, and as mysterious as the people who first built their wooden henge on a German field. We've reached the end of today's journey through one of history's most puzzling discoveries. Each find reminds us how much of the past remains unexplained, waiting for curious minds to explore it further. I'd love to know what you think. Share your thoughts and interpretations in the comments below, and let's continue the conversation together. If you enjoyed this deep dive, make sure to subscribe so you don't miss the next chapter in uncovering the greatest archaeological finds that shouldn't exist. Until next time.